Hey, what's up, everybody? How you doing? What's going on? Literally just got down here fucking 15 seconds ago, and it was counting down from 30 seconds, so I lost track of time a little bit there. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? Welcome to the pub. Had a beautiful weekend here. Everything is wonderful. Here, weather-wise, maybe not everywhere in the world, but it's pretty good here. My phone is upstairs. Wow, look at that. We didn't get the notification ding from my stupid fucking phone. What's going on, Fat Belly? Hello, Gerard. English Bottle Cap. Hi, Alan. Good to see you, buddy. Last Dance, George, Aphid Lip. What's going on? Yeah, everything is good. Fat Belly again. Everyone's up there at the top. Cool, yeah. Obviously, today's an important date to Americans. And hey, what's up, Biscuit? And I assume to other people around the world. I don't know what your coverage was like 20 years ago today, but in the United States here, it was by far the most shocking thing I have ever seen. So, yeah, solemn day, George. Yeah. I never really considered not doing the pub because Topple, what's up, dude? Yeah, exactly, Saturday. It's not like we're going to do anything disrespectful here. Hey, it's Sammy Cat. What's up? She's about 40 feet that way up on the deck. You got it. Hot as fuck here. Yeah, is it really Aphid? Yeah, ours about almost 80 today, which is pretty good. Tomorrow, mid 80s. Gonna do a pool party. It should be fun at my bros. Wall to wall, okay. Hello, Happy Dog. If we can get Happy Dog, I don't know if you've gotten into the Discord yet, if you've started it up. If you have, please throw the link here in the chat, or I don't know if you tweet or something, or even just tell us what it's called. You can find me on there. Definitely want to get that Discord going, man. Happy Dog, you'd be hilarious on there. So fucking A right. There's wifey. Hi, wife. My wife, she is nice. Cranberry wine. I don't know, dude. Around here, we mix cranberry with vodka, and you call it a Cape Codder. Yeah, you do. It's a good spot up there. The neighbor is out there listening to Neil Young, having some drinks with his buddies. The wife is having a drink with her friend. And it's a nice place to be. It's a positive area. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, that's a nice margarita. Whoa. A little bit more tequila than I realized left in that bottle. Jesus. Oh, I forgot the lime. Motherfucker, there's no lime. It's just tequila and curacao. Son of a bitch. Need half a lime down here. Fuck me. Yeah, man, he would. Hell yeah, he would, Happy Dog. Dude, they abandoned that Discord thing. If you could do anything with it, it would be better than nothing. Thank you, darling. Dude, definitely they'll let you do that. Trust me. They let me do this. And I mean, so, if, you know what I'm saying, dog? 0.5 lime. You got it, bro. Ah, wow. Nice hit. Yeah, we're going to get into that, Fat Belly. I will say it's unusual timing because the numbers have been going up for them, man, on the Thursday show. Okay, yeah, you can do it. You won't be on camera. She's gonna, it's gonna get the line going here. There she is. Thank you. Thank you, Sammy Cat. Yep, that was Sammy, the robot hand. I wouldn't say that cup of tea. In fact, I would say that is incorrect. And being that the old boy's not here to speak for himself, I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, I think the dude is probably a little overworked because he's good at what he does, and bing, bing, bang, boom. I gotta get the line. Hold on, let me just get this together. Sorry. All right. Cats don't like citrus. I did not know that. All right. All right, we rolling. And we're back. All right. Yeah, so my thought on the whole thing with, well, first of all, like I had started to allude to, the numbers have been going up. They were easily 100 plus viewers per week live. Not to mention, they had a ton of subs, I think, a lot of subscribers. It was just seemed to be rolling towards the popular direction that they were seemingly initially going for, but I don't know. I guess the lack of being able to speak freely and speak his mind pretty much got to him. I'm sure it got to Graham. It sucks. Yeah, I mean, I just hope they I hope they do keep going. Would suck if they stopped altogether, but I don't know. I don't have any information, honestly. I don't ever DM those guys because I don't want to bother them. And so since the show, there's been no communication. I got nothing. Yeah. I would also disagree with that total nutter, even though I know you're just fucking around. It's fine. Yeah, I found them on Odyssey. There's a trigger warning page on there. We'll see. It seems like they've been uploading a lot of content to Odyssey, so check it out. I believe it's ODYSEE. Kind of a stupid spelling. And as I said before, there's a large company that owns a shitload of radio stations and media platforms named Odyssey, which is AUD. Here we go with Happy Dog. What's fucking guy? I don't have my phone, but I don't really need it unless I have to kick somebody out, which I hope I don't. But I don't really kick anyone out anyways. It doesn't happen. Yeah, so we'll see what happens down the line with I don't really know what that means, blockchain. I guess you'd have to kind of explain it a little to me. Hi, Mark. Cool, that's cool to know, Mark. So maybe Mark was possibly one of the secret guests, or maybe he wasn't. I can't remember. Oh, it's all right, Happy Dog. Keep it up, dude. We don't care if your enter button gets stuck. bit of music to open her up. Thanks, man. I think Dog has come on here before under a pseudonym or a different name, so if you want to jump on cam, feel free. And of course, the link is always in the description. Oh, Stone Temple Pilots? What's that other one they had there? Interstate Love Song? Something like that. Yeah, STP is cool. Big loss to music there. Scott Weiland. Dude had fucking more issues than Time Magazine, man. Seriously. Purple Rain. Seriously? What's the first word? Line to Purple Rain. Good tune. Great chords. Prince. Black Hole Sun? I don't know that song. Never a huge Soundgarden guy. Although I do like, I do think the singer was awesome. But I got more into Audioslave, honestly, than Soundgarden. And anyways, Black Hole Sun on acoustic. Although they do a pretty good cover of it, Cup of Tea acoustically. And it works, man. It's just fairly complicated. Yeah, probably. Always the right key. Guitar's a piece of crap, falls out of tune. Don't buy an Alvarez. I hope that's, I guess that's okay to say. You can do gear reviews, right? Unless you're willing to spend huge money. Temple of the Dog. There you go. Audioslave is good, John. No. No, I don't. George Formby. I'm going to do a Chuck Mangione cover a little bit later. Famous flugelhorn player. Emma. Oh, Emma. Whoop, whoop. What sport? Just kidding. That's tennis, right? I think. Yeah, it's got to be. Ooh, that's a good one, Fat Belly. Topple, there is, I don't know, dude. Got no answer for you there. Probably some Dave Matthews or some U2. Those are good music for her. I have a bong, and it is right here. It needs water. I could do bong hits too, if you would prefer. I just like the pipe. I'm a simple man. Blind Fury. Did your team play today, George? I think you're a Bama guy, right? I believe. There you go. Eddie Vedder. She likes Eddie. Eddie's got a. I can't disagree. The man has a wonderful voice. He's an absolute great singer. And he can sing, man. Dave Matthews, almost local for you. Yeah, was he from what's the college down there, the big boy? Just across the river, right? Green something? I think the weed's setting in. Nice. I'm not sure what UVA stands for. Oh, University of Virginia, maybe? Yeah, that looked like a hot game, dude. They go off in Ohio. They go whack job out there. And College Game Day was there today, which is always cool to put on. Those kids are just fucking loving life, and the announcers have their little booth right in the middle of the crowd. It's just cool, man. There you go. Yeah, I got that. My bucket is bucket slang for face, I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm not vested in the game, George, so I would have no problem if you said who won that bad boy or lost. I don't care. I did the pub last Friday. Is that correct? Was that last week? Well, yes, sir, Mr. Grad. Yes, sir, Mr. Grammaticus. Sir. Yes, sir. Some nice Poland spring water for the Bon Jovi. Right away, sir. Let's see, get this old bowl out of here, because I really don't smoke slightly old stuff. All right, clear. That just reminded me of Piss Jug Man. I think I was bonging it, and they were like, "Oh, did he just take a nose hit from the bong?" Nose hit. That's an old 70s thing, man. I can see this thing. Ice cold. That's a good level. So you don't want it high enough that you don't want the water to bubble up into the stem. So yeah, that works. Let's find a jar. Let's see here. Looks good. Yeah, those guys are great. They're off time. Hey, thanks, Fat Belly. Yeah, hit the thumbs up. Good idea. I'll hit the thumbs up when I rewatch it tomorrow morning. I was at the beach today and saw an ocean sunfish as well as a seal and something very large splashed out in the water. Probably a seal chasing a fish, likely. I've seen that before. They come up out of the water, breach. But man, the surf was firing. At least, I'd say 4 foot overhead if you were surfing. So like 8-9 foot waves easily. Breaking right up on the shore. People are smart enough to know that, I don't know if you guys know how to swim in big waves. You dive into the wave, like kind of underneath it. You don't like cower away from the wave. You get under it, go under it, duck dive it, make your body long into the wave and it'll go right past you. That's a giant sunfish. You got it. Mola mola, found in the whole entire planet of oceans, I believe. I do blind fury. Right where I was fishing today, a guy caught a 42-incher this morning. I didn't catch anything, but once again, I saw a seal, and once the seals show up, that area of the beach is trash for a couple of hours. The fish are jittery. They're not eating. They're basically just, they know there's a seal around, so the fishing stinks at that point. So, yeah, nice. I'm definitely going back tomorrow morning. because hell yeah, it's on. The run is on. Wow. Mamma mia. Kimbong. Not bad. Not bad. Not great. Bon Jovi beats that, but it's a nice try. That's life. I like it. Alrighty. Hello.
What's up, dude?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very well, man. Very well. Yeah, totally. How is it? Hot? Still hot as hell over there?
Yeah, that's why I'm in here.
We're at pool emptying season here. I started to empty her out today. How long do you keep yours going for?
As long as we can stand it. It'll probably be next weekend because it's been in the like low 70s, even upper 60s, like at 6 a.m. and stuff. So
Right.
that don't make good swimming. I don't care how hot it is the next day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go in my brother's pool tomorrow. It's going to be like 85. So if you can walk around, get the body temperature up, then, maybe do a little work. It's refreshing, but yeah.
Yeah, like if you cut your grass and just run in there.
Yeah, it's nice for sure. And it keeps you cool for like 2 hours after, just kind of hanging out,
Right.
It brings the whole body temperature down. But it was cool. I got to say, having a little, what we kind of call the ghetto pool here, it was a lot of fun over the summer on those hot days. Just like jump in there and get a whirlpool going. And,
Hell yeah. That's the best way to get the bugs and leaves out is do the whirlpool.
Right. Yeah.
Get everything to the center. That's what we have to do every time. Right when we get in there, we make the whirlpool and skim it.
So you look like you have a flat yard. I take it you have not much leveling to do for the pool, or do you?
No, well, I mean, no. Most of my yard is hilly. There's different hills in different areas, and even we picked the most flattest spot. And we first started out, with like I don't know what it was, like a 10-footer or something. Not nearly as big because my son was real small.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh yeah, this ain't gonna be no problem, And then I started digging out the hill, and then I quickly learned, I was like, no, it's going to be much easier to add on the other end than to dig out on that end. Because I had my fire pit down there, I had to level it all off too. And that I had a bunch of dirt brought in. But even though, like, you get some guy with a bobcat to throw a bunch of dirt around in your backyard, he's not out there, leveling that off. He's just, he's just making it somewhat level.
So did you hired a bobcat to level out the pool?
Well, it's interesting. We used to have when we moved into this house, it was a hoarder house, and they did a train wreck of a job in the backyard because we got a dry creek going through here, and they tried to contain it with railroad ties. So we had 150 railroad ties making up a wall, like going into our backyard. And they built houses behind us, and I told them I'd just take the dirt from their basements. So I traded out some work for the bobcat work, and they just hauled the dirt from the houses they were building behind us and leveled off my backyard instead of having a wall.
That's nasty. All those timbers, are they covered in creosote?
Yeah, we had to take them to a different state. So I had to get.
Sucks, dude.
I had to get whatever they are, I think 30-yard or 50-yard dumpsters, the ones that are like 8 feet tall. And
yeah,
I talked to the guy back there, and he was cool about us using his property where he's building these houses to store our dumpsters. You know what I'm saying? So it made it easy for my guy with the bobcat to just reach in, grab each one, and then go take them and throw them into those big dumpsters.
Damn.
And then some trucks pulled them out.
Christ, a nightmare. Did you know what you were getting into, or was that all a surprise?
Well, yeah, I knew. I mean, I got a basic understanding of, shit that needs to be done.
Right. So you knew when you were getting the house, you were like, this is kind of a work in progress.
Oh yeah, this house was way at the time. This house was way more than we could have afforded, but because it had so many things that needed to be done, it was like, we got a sweet deal on it, because everybody that came and looked at it, first they got inside the house and they were like, no way, it smelled like cat piss and stuff, But once you get all that stuff out, change your carpets and paint everything, it's pretty much gone. It wasn't in the drywall or nothing.
Right. Yeah, when we got this place, they had wall-to-wall carpet in the whole house. I did hardwood floors throughout. The whole thing made a huge difference because they had cats, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, you got to rip that floor up.
Definitely, dude.
I did the tile in the kitchen and in the bathrooms, and then did the new fresh carpet in the rest of the house. Carpet's expensive though.
It is, and it doesn't last. For a few bucks more nowadays, they have these new vinyl plank floorings.
Sure.
That it can simulate wood or stone, but it's 100% waterproof and it's super easy to install. I highly rate those, though. There nothing beats hardwood or real tile. I think this new vinyl plank flooring with like a nice area rug is just that'll stay good forever.
Well, I don't mind tile, and you can get tile cheap. If you're not super picky on, you can usually find something fairly inexpensive that you like, and then throw that down.
You have a wet saw?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Once you have a wet saw, it's a cake.
I got one of those like cheap $80 ones at Harbor Freight.
It's like a table saw. You feed the tile.
I mean, it's a crappy. It looks like a hamster cage with a blade on the top. And then there's a tray that it just centrifugal forces the water up into it.
Right.
They're probably all like that. I don't know. I've never looked at anything nicer than the Harbor Freight's one, but I still got it. I mean, I've tiled, because once I did mine, they were like, "Ooh, you want to come over and do mine?"
Right.
And I don't mind it. It's kind of fun. I kind of like doing tile.
It's not bad. It sucks when you have to do it for a living, but like you say.
Oh yeah. If you had to do it for a living, doing it every single day. Although it would be, I don't know, it's somewhat challenging and it's rewarding, and it's got good aspects of it. You could do worse for a job.
It destroys the body.
I bet.
I did a lot of that when I was younger. I had to get out of that trade, floor laying, because it is horrendous on your knees and your shoulders. Because, dude, it's terrible.
Yeah, it sure is. I had to do these mailboxes. I made different numbers for each one of these mailboxes, and I had to do it like 2 or 3 times because there was confusion on the numbering system, and I had to there was 150 of them, so I had to get up and down on my knees 150 times with each one of these mailboxes, and I was just like hurting for certain.
Yeah, I bought every year or two for my work, I buy a pair of like the gel filled knee pads, super nice ones. Those are a must. I don't know how people go without them, honestly.
Well, I got like the big skateboarding knee pads. So, but I wasn't on my job. I'm not gonna walk up to a customer's house with skateboard knee pads on. I mean, if I had a lot of those jobs, you're on a site and it's like construction workers,
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, I don't know if you make it onto any places, but since you would have never known on any of these job sites that there was anything called COVID. Mm-hmm. Going on. It's just a different world. Like you pop into a job site and it's like 2018 again.
Yeah, it kind of has to be for them to be efficient. They, when you have guys working on top of each other to get it done on the budget.
Right. Oh yeah.
Hey, let me quickly. I don't want to make our buddies wait here, Mr. Last Dance. What's up, bud?
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, Last Dance?
All right, good to see you guys.
You too, man.
So I'll just do take a look at this.
Wow. Here, let me throw you on full screen
let's see what you got.
You can tell me.
I'm gonna get my glasses on.
Whistle Stop Winery.
Whistle Stop. Wow.
Well, it sure is a cool label.
Yeah, Coal Car Cranberry, whatever that means. Actually, my daughter bought it for me like a year ago, and she just put the bottles on the floor, and I just left them there. And I heard a pop one day, and one of them, I guess the yeast had, it kept fermenting, and it just popped the top off. So I said, okay, now I'll have this. I'll start having it.
Yeah, the cranberry is obviously extremely tart, bitter, so they must use a fair amount of sugar to get it to create alcohol. Does it have a good, like an ocean spray type of flavor, or more of a wine type of flavor?
It's more ocean spray.
Okay.
It's
fruity.
It's very fruity.
Yeah, cool. I like it. Look at this guy. His hair grows so quickly. I'm going to add a new buddy here. Look at him here.
Jeez, look at that.
Wow.
Is that a wig?
You guys ever watch those old werewolf movies, with the time lapse?
Right, the hands.
If we just show like a clip of this show every Saturday for like 12 months, it'll just be steadily growing.
Yeah, it's hilarious. What are you filling up, a vape?
Guinness.
What happened there in the chat? Oh, interesting. Wheelchair pad. I like it.
Well, you got a lot of fans, Aphid Lip.
Oh yeah, well,
Kind of. Oh yeah, wine glass. Yeah. Here's my wine glass. Let me get my pinky out.
Oh.
There.
Tarvis tumbler.
Did you fill that up all the way, or do you still fill it up real small?
No, I'm planning on drinking the whole bottle, but I'm only going to fill this glass up.
Why not just go? Why not just go up? I mean, is it a mental thing? Like,
yeah, exactly. It's a mental thing.
Yeah, it's the same reason people don't pour pints of Jack Daniels unless they're absolutely psychotic, maybe. But.
You say that, but people can drink like pints of it over the course of a night, though, can't they? By just little tipples in a tiny glass.
I'll have a growler of Jack Daniels, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have a friend. He's still my buddy that comes over here every once in a while. We get wasted. He in college. He was convinced 1 pint of Jack Daniels, no less, no more, was the perfect night for him, and that was it for him. He would get
a pint would kill me.
Yeah, me too, man. Seriously.
Pint, yeah. That's the big, that's a pint, yeah. 16 ounces, I guess. That is a lot of booze.
It's a lot of Jack Daniels.
It is. Yeah, that's what
but if you think about it, the equivalent would be 10 pints of 4% lager.
Right.
So what is that? What's a shot? Like 1.5 ounces, 2 ounces? I don't even know.
I don't know. They're all British measures, so Biscuit Vapes will have to tell us.
Right. So, Biscuit, are you guesstimating there's 10 shots in a pint? Is that your thing?
No. What I'm saying is, if Jack Daniels is 40%,
yeah,
and the lager is 4%. Times that by 10 pints would be the same as a pint of Jack Daniels.
Right, that's true.
Percentage is percentage. It's not. It doesn't matter on the milliliters amount. It's just a percent.
You are correct, my friend. Well, Topple, yeah. I mean, let's see you do it with the pint of Jack Daniels or whatever.
No, really, I don't want to see you do it.
If you drink a pint of Jack Daniels over the same amount of time as you would take to drink a pint of 10 pints of lager, it would have the same effect.
Theoretically, but being that it's diluted, your body might process the two differently. One is a diluted version, so you're consuming 10 times more liquid.
You can't possibly drink that much as fast as you could drink the Jack Daniels.
No.
So if you took that pint and drunk it over the course of 8 hours, it wouldn't be that bad.
Right.
Yeah. You'd be pretty warm, but should be fine. But if you drank it over 3 hours, pretty slammered. Same with the 10 pints.
If you drink it over 8 hours, you're a professional alcoholic, because that's pretty disciplined.
Yeah.
Yeah, last
It'd be pretty difficult to have that one glass in your hand for 8 hours, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, freaky chick?
Freaky chick.
How you doing? Yeah, he is an alcohol by volume. Is that
Yes.
ABV?
Yep. He's many kinds of a savant.
Yeah.
I know a lot. I know a lot of everything, but not everything of everything.
Well, you're getting there. You're still not as old as I am.
Not many are.
No.
So
I'm a jack
bastards,
of all
all
knowledge, but
young
not
punks.
a master of none.
you guys, with kids in school, are they both back? Everything going along school-wise in your areas? Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter's doing well at school at the minute.
Are you opened up full steam ahead there, Aphid?
Yeah, this year's been tough for us.
Yeah.
Well, for the school too. The school, I guess, is really getting hit hard with the COVIDs out here.
Damn.
So my son said Friday that one of his classes, there was hardly anybody in it because
No
they were all I don't think they're dying or even in the hospital. Or at least I haven't heard. But there's definitely a lot of spread going around.
Well, they'll most likely
or
be
at least
fine.
a lot of random kids getting it.
I mean,
I had quite an embarrassing day the first day back.
Uh-oh. What'd you do? Miss the bus? Late for the bus? What'd you do?
No, the school's literally a 5-minute bike ride away. But when I went to pick her up, the teacher pulled me to one side and said that my daughter stunk.
Oh.
Yes, as a parent, that is very, very embarrassing.
But the thing that had happened is that I'd washed all the clothes before the summer holidays, and I've just put all my daughter's clothes in her own room, in her wardrobe. So she's obviously been pulling her own clothes out and maybe putting her old clothes back in. So, but all the school clothes are in a separate drawer inside the wardrobe. But they've still been infusing possibly with all her old clothes for 6 weeks.
Maybe, but
I mean, the school, put it this way, the clothes she was wearing was still brand new with tag.
okay, that's not bad. I mean, I'm not going to judge. It happens. And total out of nutter, she probably just probably stunk like a little kid can smell. BO, whatever.
Yeah,
kids.
And
Yeah.
also the on the outside windowsill, the windowsill's broken off about 6-7 months ago. So water might be getting in through the window frame and making it like a stagnant smell with water in the wall.
Okay, so you have a water infiltration, rot, maybe?
A little, not rot, but damp.
Oh, that's going to create mold. You got to fix that. Bad for breathing.
There's no black spots or anything yet, but I've got to get council to come around and fix it.
Yeah, that is something you don't want your kids smelling like cup of tea, skunk. No, unless they actually got sprayed by a skunk, which might happen. But you guys don't have skunks, right? And do you have them in the UK?
No.
They're not invasive, just the gray squirrels, right?
Yeah.
Would you like some?
Yes.
No.
Are you loaded with them?
I think we've just
There's plenty
reintroduced.
of them in the area.
We've reintroduced European beavers down south.
Really?
That's hot. Sorry. Sorry.
But bum.
Right. They do. The beavers do tend to clog up.
Well, thing is, here we have a lot of flooding problems, and beavers tend to have they block streams up further, and they spread the water more evenly naturally.
Right.
That's what they do.
Yeah, at the old house that I lived in years ago, we had a drainage canal next to it, and I saw a beaver. I called the game warden and literally within a day, I heard a 22 blast going off in the field. I guess I kind of stupidly thought they were going to trap it. Felt bad, but if it
Well, maybe it was like a dart or something.
no, it was a gun.
Yeah.
They don't tranquil. What are they going to dive down to the bottom of the river and get the beaver that's passed out?
I don't know.
Bring it on.
The
Bring it
Beaver
on to
Rescue
the
Squad
phone.
was standing by.
Oh, look at that. Look
Wow.
at that.
Thank you. I think she's just having fun with that. Yeah. Beaver Rescue Squad. They are considered a nuisance animal because of that. So they must be
Sure.
only.
Better than you with that.
What's that?
He says, are these beavers shaved?
That's a good one, George.
Come on, you're ruining the show, George. This is a family show.
Well,
those Brazilian cut beavers.
England does have forest bottle cap. Just
Does it?
Not just only about 5% of its original.
and there's still like wildly rich people who live in massive country like castles out there, right? Like really old English money.
I don't think people live in castles anymore, but mansions and like
Right.
maybe old estates, like English estates that duchesses and duchesses
Yeah.
lived in.
So do you ever go to the part of London that has like Bugattis and like Ferraris and Lambos driving around and
I've never actually been to London.
you haven't? No kidding, huh?
No.
Wow.
How
What's-
far away is it?
It's for me. It's about, I don't know. Maybe I'll have to look it up. I think about 300 miles.
Yeah, basically like New York City for me. I've been there maybe 4 times. So
I've been to the very tippy top of Scotland and the very tippy top of very bottom of Cornwall, and a few places dotted around the UK, but I've never been to London.
weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be itching to go to London either if I was in the UK.
I would have liked to have gone to like visit London Zoo, something like that. But other than that, London's just a massive city, and I don't like people.
Mhm.
Do you get
a lot of people.
Do you get a zoo around you?
Yeah, we've got about 15 miles away. We've got the Yorkshire Wildlife Park.
They got
polar bears, meerkats, lions, a couple of tigers.
zebras.
Yeah,
They call them zebras over there, though.
I was going to say
Is that
that.
the same animal?
But yeah. Striped horse.
The stripes run the other direction now.
we've got some wallabies and some flamingos as well there.
Sweet. Yeah, it was just some kind of a bizarre story of some 6 zebras that got loose in the U.S. Did you guys hear that?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you setting up for a joke?
No.
Sounds
no.
like it.
It just happened.
It's already funny.
It's not as far as I thought. It's a cup of tea just put 170 miles.
That's pretty close.
Does Cup of Tea live by you?
No,
London
he probably just looked it up.
London is not just the capital; it's the capital of Western civilization. You really should go there at least some of the time.
You have you been?
Yes, I have a couple times.
What's your obviously you've been to the UK, LD. What's your favorite part?
My favorite part is everywhere but London.
Okay, so there you go.
So why
Yeah,
the
but-
hell would I want to go?
I grew up in a city. I don't need to be in a dirty city ever again. However,
Right.
there's a lot of things to see in London that you can't see them anywhere else. So
I'm in. I think the country's largest town, which by all rights should be a city. It's got a Church of England, which is as big as a cathedral. It's got 2 universities, and by rights it should be a city, but it's still called a town.
yeah, but don't you want to see Trafalgar Square? And you want to see Lord Nelson? Don't you want to
No,
Big-
see the sights?
I'd rather go to Lake District and sit around a lake. And
I know. I actually feel the same way.
Well, you can see it all in all of our favorite vacation movie, European Vacation. When he look, kids, Parliament, Big Ben. You know, we don't have to go over that movie again. But
Every time you mention it, though, I want to go off and see it again.
I know, but that I don't know. It doesn't look that interesting to me. I gotta say, London.
What,
It's not.
London?
Yeah.
Do you think because Cup of Tea lives there, maybe that's one of the reasons why it's so shitty?
Well, one thing you want to. There's so much love between you guys. It's like two brothers. You just can't break that bond. You know, you really should see the British Museum. It's got
Now
the amount of.
Our museum in Doncaster's better than the one in London.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you could see how much you guys stole from Egypt by going to the British Museum.
Is that what they call the Museum of Natural History of London, or what is it? Just the British Museum?
I think it's just called the British Museum. That's what.
Okay. Cool.
But,
Don't they got a bunch of money there somewhere, hidden in some
The
brick building?
the one near me has a copy of Orville and Wright's first aeroplane. You know, like it's like a full scale, the first aeroplane to fly.
Right.
And it's like suspended from ceiling, and it's got like a caveman and like a bear, and it's got a little tree with a hole in it, like with a little bat, so kids can see all nature, and they got a full row of like on display of butterflies, and it's a fantastic museum. It's far better than the museum.
Do they have a butterfly house that you walk into?
You mean with living butterflies?
Yes.
No, I've been to one though at the coast, on East Coast in Skeggy, I think.
Those are cool.
Let me look it up. British Museum.
So all the shit you just named obviously can't be in the same room because they're all from different historical times. So you're talking different displays.
There's different displays, yeah. But the best part is the museum is free to all.
Wow.
Walk in.
That is cool. So you pay for that in your taxes.
Possibly, I don't know.
Or maybe not you personally.
It does have a gift. It does have a gift shop.
Gift shop. Oh. All right, yeah. Cup of Tea says they're good.
Yeah, I loved Cheltenham. I loved Bath, or Bath, depending on which accent you used. And I was planning on visiting the Lake District in a future trip, but things didn't work out. So
I'll tell you another place that in UK that's not very good. When I went to Manchester, the roads were awful. They had no semblance of organisation at all. They just felt like noodle soup on a just dropped on plate.
London, I didn't drive in London, thank God, but it looked pretty awful there too.
Now let me ask you.
I was on my bike, wasn't I? But the roads were steep, and they didn't have like straight roads. They were all like intertwined. And
are you talking about your recent trip when you were on the show?
yeah, when I went to the trigger warning show.
Yeah, that's now a thing of the past on YouTube. Are you guys surprised? I mean,
I'm not actually. I think I thought it was going to come at some point.
I wasn't surprised at all. I felt he was forcing himself the last few weeks.
But they were becoming more popular, more successful, more viewers, gaining subscribers. You know, the channel was growing.
Oh, I know. I love the shows. They never, they certainly didn't suffer in the last few weeks. But
no, the shows were great, but I guess it wasn't their true artistic expression of what they wanted to do.
Well, I mean, biscuit vapes, you know, but it's not a trivial thing to put one of those on. It does. They put real effort into it, and
I only got there like after the what's it called? The between the spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it looked like if they have to tear that down and set it up every day, that it would be an absolute nightmare, and it would be a full day job to tear it down and set it back up again.
I mean,
Okay.
I think that I just assume what you see stays up all the time.
Yeah.
Are you
I
sure?
think the
Do you think that?
backgrounds and that do, but
Yeah. I think that. Yeah, I mean, just talking about my butt.
Yeah, I don't know. One thing's for sure.
There's a lot of expensive equipment in there, and it
Oh
is a
yeah,
business.
definitely, man. Because you can do all that stuff for free, but he like gets the like real good stuff.
Yeah, his production value is very high quality.
And you're actually thinking about it when they left, they only packed up like the microphone, the cameras, and some of the more expensive gear.
Yeah.
Well, even that, like he pays for the subscription to this. I mean, every little thing adds up, man. I don't pay for this. I'll just take the little thing in there and only have 6 people on my show or whatever it is.
I would pay him if he wanted. I'd pay for this. It's no problem. I think he pays $30 or $40 a month. I'd pay him. I'd help out.
I don't know if it's for a StreamYard. I don't know if it's that much.
Now for 20, it gets you premium. I think and premium is no logo. And it might only be 7 or 8 on screen. I think he has like Pro, which might be the next level higher, which that might be the 10 people on screen. But 20 is gets you in the door, which is pretty good. I mean, I would pay that for. That's.
I mean, it's not even like we go much higher than like 6 or 7 anyway, is it?
I don't know. $20 a month for, in your case, 4 shows a month.
I would do it.
Seems pretty low. I know you'd do it, but
were they using laptops or did they have like tower PCs?
Oh no, they had proper PCs, several.
So they stay up the whole time.
Yeah.
Because that would be a nightmare. even doing the green screen and stuff, because I always did the green screen on mine, and that seemed like it would take, like, you would think it would just be like you set it up and get it going. It's not like that. You have to go in there, and each day it's different with the cameras and the lighting, and you got to dial it in just right. And then I always had pictures that showed up on my screen, so it would remind me that was the way I controlled my whole show, was I would just throw up a picture of some story, and I wouldn't have to, it would trigger what I had read about it.
In front of Graham, he's got like, I think 3 screens, and like one's got like every different
the chat's on one probably,
like every different part of the show, like the intro, the different camera views. He's got like all like in like on one screen. And
I use OBS, which is, you can do all that stuff, but it's totally free. He's got like real programs that are really expensive, and he's got running like real equipment,
audio visual mixers as well, like hardware as well.
So if he had to set that up every week, there would be no way, unless they have a studio where they can keep it set up. There's just no way.
I mean, I've got about 500 wires coming out of my PC, and I've got to take it all out tomorrow, so that because I think I made a fuck up with the RAM. I put two 8 gig sticks of RAM at 3200 megahertz, but I also put 2 4 gig sticks of RAM at 2800 megahertz, and I think those 2 4 gig sticks are sucking the bandwidth from the other 2 sticks.
I mean, it shouldn't, but make sure you have
because what it's doing is it's reducing all of the sticks to 2800 megahertz, so they're all running at the lower frequency.
There usually there's 4 RAM and computers with 4 RAM slots. There's 2 paired and 2 paired. Are you sure you have
they're
two
both,
that are the same?
They're both in the paired slots, like so. There's like a 4 gig, an 8 gig, a 4 gig, and an 8 gig.
And they're color coordinated or something where
Yeah.
Okay.
And it does work in that, but I was thinking maybe I'll get some a speed increase if I take the extra 4 gig, the 2 4 gig sticks out, and then I'll get a frequency increase.
It could, but you're not going to notice a huge difference with the RAM. Like maybe your hard drives, getting old.
I mean, I've got basic hard drives. I know that I'll get a massive performance increase if I go to SSD.
Oh yeah. That's where you should spend your money instead of the RAM.
Yeah, I've already got the RAM. It's just taking the old 4 gig sticks out because that's what came with the PC originally. Then I bought a 16 gigabyte kit.
2.8s.
Yeah, and then I put them in. I was like, should I put these other 2 gig sticks in as well that was already with it? So I've got 20 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, definitely. But you could take them out and try it if you think that's
that's what I'm going to do tomorrow.
All right, real quick, I'm going to go ahead and bring in our buddy Cypher.
Cheers,
What's up, man?
everybody.
How you
Hey,
doing,
Cypher,
bro?
good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Cheers, Troll Central.
Yeah.
Cheers. Hey, let me quickly even out the screen. We have my brother from another mother here, Steve 215.
Man.
Steve.
He looks familiar. Looks
There goes the show.
He looks a little familiar.
There goes the neighborhood, my man.
What's going on? How you guys doing?
It's going.
Man,
Oh man, you
That's
sound
a-
familiar.
I know. He sounds like that.
Looks
Should
like
be
him.
his hair.
No,
Who
my
does he
voice
look
is
like?
messed up still. I was sick last week, so I'm just getting my voice back.
That
COVID?
wig makes you look like some
No, I don't
star.
know.
I can't remember who
Yeah.
though.
Can
What's
you
he
smell
have?
encased?
What's that?
Oh no, that's disturbing. Smoothing the hair out of your face. Like that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Just a little brush up.
Oh, Lord.
Did you ever have hair like that, Topple?
I had an afro when I was younger, but
Did you?
by 18, I was already had the baldness going down.
Oh no.
I love how he sticks with that story though. I gotta
Oh.
props
What's
to that.
Yeah. I can't remember who you look like. You look like there's probably a rock star, but I can't think of who it is.
Rod Stewart.
Vince Neil.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a look.
The guy from Culture Club, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Boy,
don't
Boy,
George.
Boy, gorgeous George Begonia.
know. Boy, good.
I was getting that guy with glasses on from what's it called now? With chipping Mike Myers in it.
Who are we talking about?
Everyone's gonna be like, when we figure it out, everyone's gonna be like, you fucking moron, as if you
Austin
can't remember the
Powers? Austin
No.
Powers?
No, with Mike Myers in his younger days when he did that. It was a cult hit.
Oh, Wayne's World.
Wayne's World. He
Oh.
looks like the guy with glasses on from Wayne's World.
Oh, I'm better looking than him.
Oh,
Stop.
Garth.
So that was
Well, like,
that was- that was
That'd
Dana
be Kurt
Carvey.
Cobain. Could be Kurt Cobain. Could be.
I did for Halloween one time go out for Kurt Cobain. My wife went out as Courtney Love.
Oh,
the
we
black
did.
version.
We did that one. Oh, we did. Yeah.
Did you bring a shotgun?
Oh,
No,
no.
no.
Oh,
It is Halloween.
yeah.
Keep the shotgun in your mouth the whole time.
Oh, no.
I did blackface one Halloween. I did was Tiger Woods, and my wife was my hoe in one.
Oh man, I dare you do that this Halloween.
So
Yeah.
do you guys usually try to do like couple
When we were
costumes?
younger, we used to go to bars, but we don't do that no more. So
What are some of the other costumes you guys did? Because we did them too, and I'll tell you some of mine.
yeah, one was the Tiger Woods, what I got a lot in trouble with because I actually had them. There was pictures going all around on Facebook, social media, and I'm not on social media, so I had no clue.
But about
And all
10
my-
years ago?
Yeah, all my black friends were like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, I'm a black Asian guy though. They're like, "Okay, that's cool."
Black-
Then
Oh,
Black
man.
Asian guy.
I did Kurt Cobain. She did Courtney Love, the black version.
Yeah, right. Was she the pregnant one? Because when we did it, we were the pregnant version.
No, she wore that white. She wore that white dress she had in that one, the one audio they had.
Right.
Tits were almost coming out and all.
Right.
She was a big fan favorite at that bar.
Doll parts.
Yeah, I think so. We did. I don't know if you guys are too old. Maybe Biscuit Vapes would know. Remember one Saturday morning? Now there was a cartoon.
He is right. We all are too old. None
And
of
it's
us are all
our-
like, what?
Yeah,
come on.
it's already a bad costume choice if you got to explain.
Does anybody
to
know a cartoon called Recess?
Yeah.
everybody. No.
Okay, there you go. I was the kid with the red hat. My wife was I don't even know the name.
Mike, you know about Mike? Was Mikey Mikey with the fat one, wasn't he?
I'm not sure about names. My wife picked it out. She was a big Saturday movie.
I got one
I
for you.
remember the geeky one with the glasses was Greta, I think, and then there was Mike. I think Mikey might have been the one with the red hat.
Years and years ago, before Donald J. Trump became president, I dressed up as DJT, and my wife dressed up as Martha Stewart. She had handcuffs. It was when Martha had gone to jail for insider trading. And we were huge fans of The Apprentice. Like, we thought Trump was a pretty good sitcom star. We liked watching him.
We did too. We did too, man. I watched all those.
It was hilarious. I had the wig. I had the red tie. I shaved everything off, and it was a classic. But that's why it will never not be surreal that guy became president. I mean,
I know.
I cannot believe it, man.
Yeah.
It still makes me. Holy
Hard to
Jesus!
believe.
Watch out! There's a puma back there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mine. Hey, who's that? That's actually Tiger. That's the other cat. That's not Beast. Tiger almost never makes an appearance, but yeah, that is her. They've been changing the role. Well, go ahead.
I didn't
don't
mean
need to
to
talk
jump
about. Nah. Talking about cats is silly. You know, I love my cats. We don't need to talk about them.
I was gonna say we did Kurt and Courtney, and then we did what's that movie? Something About Mary. She had the hair straight up, and I was the part. It was not the right timing, but I was the part where he zipped his junk up.
Did you have a ball?
I had silly putty that we put on the outside, and then I cut my armpit hair and we put it all.
You're so gross, you gross fucker, dude.
That's
that was a good one, all right. Yes.
That wig that I wore, that was for that costume. I think that was the first time I bought it because he had that big wig on. He had a wig on when he did.
That's the main reason I don't put my zipper up. I just
you don't get the beans above the frank.
Right.
It's too risky. Too risky.
And then we did.
Too many things can go wrong.
We did Cher and Sonny Bono. Oh my God!
Which one were you?
Right.
Now, just to clarify, none of these
same wig, by the way.
These people who like when you did Kurt or Sonny Bono, you never did anything like alluding to their unusual way that they died, right? There was no like hint.
No, but funny thing you got because me and my friends were really like Halloween is something we really do up, and he came. It was right after Steve Irwin died. And he was Steve Irwin. He
had a stingray
with the stingray.
Oh yeah, God, yes.
I would have a barb sticking out of the chest.
Yes.
South Park, did that first on the mass media. They had the one of their little characters with the stingray hanging out. I think it was one of the Satan, the Satan, satanic ball, episode. Had the guy with the. They had Steve Irwin, Stingray.
Well,
I finally outgrew South Park. It took me decades, but I finally did. I don't.
Did you make it to the PC? The PC? No. The head teacher, the PC principal. That's his name. Did you make it to those episodes? No.
I don't think so.
I was early on. For
very
me.
Very funny.
Do you remember Towley? The towel that I think it was like a cum towel?
Stone Tally. Yeah, constantly Stone Tally.
Yeah, that thing was nasty, but hilarious.
There was one of my friends after 9/11, which just reminded me of this. He came as he had the 7-Eleven uniform.
Whoa! Oh wait, 7-Eleven. That's okay.
No, but he was totally like a jihad like.
Yeah, I mean,
and it was only like a month later. I was like, dude, that's like I would have definitely not went into a gas station to buy cigarettes or anywhere in public with that outfit on, because he hadn't even had blackface on. He like darked out his face and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Weird guy, huh?
Well, he was kind of a hit, at the party. I mean, it was like, dude, I mean, seriously, going.
Why 7-Eleven?
Because like back then, like every 7-Eleven you worked at, the guy that worked there was like a Arab,
Indian,
like
Indian, not an Arab. They're
no, come on.
they're all the same. They're totally different.
It's a stereotypical joke. I mean,
That's back
come on.
then.
All right.
Still happening.
Well, I mean, it depends, I guess, on the part of the country you're in. It could be both, either or, Arabic or Indian, I think.
It looks like McGrand is in caps lock mode. I don't think that's a good sign.
He had.
I once caught a pufferfish at the seaside. I was just about to touch it, and the guy on pier shouted at me, said, "Don't fucking touch that, it'll kill you."
Exactly.
Will it
Good
kill
call.
you, though?
I don't know. I just
You mean a
stepped on it
stonefish?
and pulled my hook out of its mouth and
Oh.
kicked it back in water.
Pufferfish inflates. It has spikes all over it. I don't think it will kill you, but it does give you a nasty sting.
Yeah, I didn't want to risk it after the guy showered at me.
I would pay Happy Dog to show up on the chat if he demanded it.
Is it too
Heat
late
up the sidebar there. What?
is it too late to tell one more couple costume that we wore?
No, keep it going. I mean, we're just kind of bullshit here.
We were Kid Rock and Pamela Anderson one year. That was a good one.
You couldn't pull off the Tommy Lee.
Yeah, that is.
I was about to say, yeah.
That's a challenge.
No, but what was I the one year? Oh, I had this. She was a cowgirl and I was Big Dick, and that was my name of I was like a cowboy, and I had this big, huge belt buckle that I made that had Big Dick on it. Like it's
How old
like
were you?
obnoxiously big. Well, actually, funny you should ask, because Big Dick is kind of a favorite of some of my friends that gets brought back up time to time, and I think it's been 3 times I've been Big Dick. So pretty much throughout my life, I've been
Big Dick, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. I mean, I kind of want to see the belt buckle sometime.
I can actually show you a picture.
You got to build the legend somehow,
I'll find a picture of it.
Oh, all right. Happy Dog's going to come on later. Right on.
All right. Good job.
Yeah, I don't know if you have puffer fish over there. Do you?
It looks like a burnt orange, and it had its entire body was covered in like spikes.
Was it like a puffball or more flat?
More flat.
Oh, that is a lionfish or a stonefish. Who said stonefish earlier?
I said stonefish.
Yeah, that sounds more like what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That will kill you.
That will kill you.
That will fuck your shit up. Pufferfish.
I thought it was just a not inflated pufferfish.
No, I don't think so. No, pufferfish, I've caught them before, and those fuckers blow right up. And those are made to be like, they not appetizing, painful if you bit it or touch it or a fish goes near it. It hates it. It's a repel. This
looked almost like a bright orange. Do you know what a bream is?
Sure.
It looked like a bream, but its entire body was covered in spikes that were like about a centimeter or so coming out of its body.
Green is, I could say, maybe sort of flounder-like.
Yeah, like it's just that oval shaped body is what it had, with a small tail.
Cool. Right.
Now, what's that fish that the Japanese make
Fugu.
called Fugu? Yeah, what is that?
Pufferfish.
Is that a pufferfish?
Yeah.
So part of that fish is very deadly.
Yes. Maybe it's Japanese pufferfish. I don't know. You lost the wig, dude? Getting itchy?
Me?
Oh, wig man.
Steve
Oh, Steve.
Steve 2.1.5.
Yep.
What was that? Sorry.
You lost the wig, huh?
That shit's hot. How you people have hair? I don't understand.
I don't have much. That's how.
Good news. It's
Being bald took a lot of work. I work on my hair a lot less than I work on my then I had to work on my bald head every 2-3 days. You know, I had to shave it, and it just seemed to, just like when Biscuit vapes, she had the shaved eyebrows. It itches like crazy when it's growing back in,
I
and
just
that was
looked
what
up Weaverfish. It's not one of those.
the hair on top of my head was very itchy when it was trying to, initially grow back in. I
That's
guess.
why I wear a hat.
Yeah. Well,
This
there it
was
is.
2 days ago.
Yeah. Well, anyway, everybody likes hair on me. Everybody that I know in my, real life environment is absolutely grateful to me for growing my hair back. It's pretty funny.
I would look like Krusty the Clown if I grew my hair out because I would be all bald.
You'd be on the sides. Yeah. You look like the guy from Dilbert, the boss in Dilbert, the Dilbert comics.
Pointy-haired boss.
Yeah, the pointy-haired boss.
Yeah, he gradually lost his hair.
Oh, yeah,
I don't remember that.
I just remember the really prominent, ring of hair around the outside of his head.
Wasn't a big Dilbert
just
guy
like what
myself.
No, I really used to I would laugh until the side of my head hurt. The sides of my head hurt at Dilbert for about 2 years or so, and then he started getting a little bit weird. And do you remember he's the guy that created false identities that would compliment himself, and argue on his behalf, and it was him doing it, but he had. What do you call that when you just create multiple identities on the net? On the
Socks.
Socks. Yeah,
sock
socks.
puppets or socks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sock,
Yeah, he was doing that and got raked over the coals for that. He was criticized heavily, but he weathered it. I mean, he's got a pretty good imagination. I still look at him on the electronic version of the newspaper, the e-version of the newspaper. That's about the only comic that I'll click on to see what's up with it. It's still sort of funny, but not hee-haw funny.
He became quite a right-wing celebrity.
Did he?
He did.
I didn't know that.
Scott Adams.
The guy who drew Dilbert?
Isn't that Scott Adams? Am I wrong?
I don't know.
Come on, there's 5 smart guys there. You tell me if I'm right or wrong.
I'll go look. I will go look at my emails, and I'll tell you in about a minute or two. Carry on without me while I do that.
Well, we're going to hold our breath till you're back.
Yeah.
So don't take too long.
Last Dance.
Yeah.
How you guys make out with the hurricane last week?
Well, we got a lot of rain and some tornadoes that I'm kicking myself because I didn't go chase them and watch them. But of course, for other people, they're terrifying and damaging. The lady that owns the coffee shop that I like to frequent, her house was seriously damaged, and it's not inhabitable right now. She has to live somewhere else while it's repaired.
That's your coffee shop, your go-to spot?
The coffee shop's fine. It's her house that was damaged.
Oh,
I was looking at the storm on radar, and the storms were all tracking very kind of straight. So I thought I can go to the Naval Academy Bridge, and that'd be a great place to watch it. And then I said, there's going to be too much traffic.
Talked yourself out of it.
Talked myself out of it, and then I read a story about how a storm watcher got great video from the Naval Academy Bridge.
Right.
I was like,
yep.
Loser!
Yeah, we talked about this last time, and I asked you, do you have a decent video camera? And you said probably just your phone.
I just want to see it with my eyes. I don't care about you guys.
No, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, speaking of which, I was considering getting a DSLR camera, but I don't know. I could, but I don't know if I want to. It's kind of like one of those things you think, like, I'm going to go buy it, and I had an awesome camera before. I used it for a while, but it did not have, I had the generation prior to video, so this one would be HD video and all that, but I don't know. Will I use it? Maybe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, your phone takes pretty darn good. I mean, if you got a newer phone, it takes real good pictures.
Yeah, I love taking bird
But
photographs.
don't forget to take those pictures off your phone, though. You know, because that's most people's problem. Because their whole life is captured on these phones, and they don't take them off their phone, and they delete them.
Yeah, I hear you.
Then
Scott-
AFib gets
Scott
them and
Adams
fixes
is-
I
them
get
and
'em and I
steals
put 'em
all the
right-
pictures.
I put them right back here.
That's how Aphid Lip gets all those
Steals your
identities.
identity and drives on.
There's good money in that. Good money.
So what'd you figure
Scott
out,
Adams.
Cypher? This
Scott Adams, but I didn't find it in the newspaper. The column just said syndicated, but I looked it up. It's Scott Adams. You're right.
okay?
So he's a right-wing celebrity, huh?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, well, he's probably, I sort of remember his biography, and he was like in, a business, looking like a binary engineer or something like that. And, he sort of, sort of leans towards management and supervision and the business world. And, when you're in the business world, you're generally not left wing. It's usually the academics and the psychologists and the social scientists and the artists and the musicians that are more left wing.
That's how it used to be.
Still,
Who do you think are the most woke corporations in the world? They're the big Silicon Valley companies that are.
well, yeah,
Worth
that's true.
billions.
That's true. Well, yeah, I'm thinking of my generation's,
Talking
demographics.
about my generation.
My generation's demographics are not like the youth of today. I'm worried about the youth of today.
A lot of them went on, George, to become professors, lawyers, some doctors, maybe not a ton, but certainly educators, teachers. A lot of old hippies kind of went in that direction. So there's certainly an area for them to pass on that sort of an ideology through their professorial or teaching styles, which we all, I did a little investigating into the person you guys were talking about last week, who had the Antifa flag at the front of his room, the teacher.
The teacher, yeah.
Jesus, that was unbelievable, man. The things that I heard about that.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know if... Had you heard about this, Topple?
No.
Yeah, it was the teacher. He had, I think, a Che Guevara or some Marxist pictures at the front of his classroom. He was a professor. Was he a high school teacher
No,
or
I
a
think
college?
he was high school.
High
It's a
school.
high school teacher?
High school teacher, yeah.
What happened to him?
He got fired. I think he got shit canned.
He would
Rightfully so.
recruit his students to go to these Antifa protests and give them extra credit.
Oh my God.
Right. But the point is, I brought up last week, your freshman level philosophy professor at Amherst College or wherever, pick liberal college, could easily have all of that shit at the front of their classroom as well as a lot more, and the college would think it was great cultural experience for the students. They don't give a shit. But when it comes to children who are under 18, it's a whole different ballgame. But my point is, there's not much of a difference between a junior or a senior in high school and a freshman or a sophomore in college. You're still kind of fucking wet behind the ears no matter how you look at it, So those young college students, I think, do get indoctrinated into that culture, that sort of ideology, as easily as a high school student probably would. I don't know. Does that make sense?
It does to me.
You don't think so, Topple?
No. If I was in class and I saw that, I wouldn't pay that much attention. I would refuse to listen to what the teacher, not the professor, would have to say. If it was a professor, now I'm paying for it, so I'd be listening, but I'm not going to do any of the crap that he's saying, get extra credit. And I would blow him up, too. With technology these days, every kid has a camera on them. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
I had a professor just like that. So.
Hey, quick question. If I show you a picture of me being Tiger Woods, would this YouTube get banned? Because I'm blackface, kind of.
Do it.
I doubt it. But
I won't full screen it. It does.
You don't
It
look
looks like you've
blackface
got
to
a
me.
severe tan.
It just looks like a tan.
It looks like a
you look
tan.
more like Donald Trump than Tiger Woods.
That's right. That's more orange.
This webcam's not doing it justice. That's
and
Yeah,
that might
kind
get it
of
banned.
like there's a professional golfer you
It's like-
sort of look like.
well,
That's
you
right.
can't see that I put makeup to make my eyes look a little,
You just look tan.
Well, we're looking at a picture for one thing on a phone, and we're doing this over the internet where
Yes.
the colors are going to be totally screwed up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like bleached white here, for Christ's
Right.
sake. Come on, I can't get rid of this. And then I shut it off. I guess that's fucking ridiculous. Oh, I don't have
Seriously.
to.
Hey,
What-
move that picture up a little. Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
There's some good elements to that picture, I
Thank you,
got to
sir.
say.
That's why I'm
may
not.
I have another?
That's why I'm not sharing my Sonny and Cher pictures for you creeps.
I already seen them.
Streets. Strong word.
Did I miss something? Did
I
I
was
miss
26 years old there, so
what did I miss?
26.
I mean,
Wow.
seriously?
Topple had his
I mean,
hot babe on his arm in his picture.
you were
missed
like
the
just
boob?
you were just kind of going for blackface with that. You need to
It-
like
the picture
you need
doesn't
to
do it
go.
justice.
You need to.
You
No,
were-
the picture doesn't. No, I didn't do. Well, I was Tiger Woods, so he was a little light, not too.
That's like you bought the. I kind of want to go blackface, but I don't want to go all in cream. Is what you bought.
What cream do you
We
buy
bought
for
the
that?
darkest fake tan he could find.
Yeah, I would
You
call that like really tanned Italian face.
My buddy came as Flavor Flav a few years ago. Kind of before the
Flavor
whole
Flav.
thing. Probably about 10 years. Well, none of us had kids, so probably about 12, 13 years ago. And he was
Black shoe
I don't
polish?
care. I don't care what camera you used to show.
So right now, all you need is a giant clock, some fake gold teeth, and some black ass motherfucking paint.
I got news for you, Aphid Lip. That was unacceptable 12 or 13 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it totally was, And
And
one
what
of
were you
my,
hanging out with? The fucking Ku Klux Klan? Everyone's
Exactly.
blackface.
what my
They were proud, boys.
my one buddy, he's married she's from Trinidad. But anyway, so
What does she think of Tobago?
I don't know. She loves like Trinidad.
What about
Like,
Tobago?
I don't know. Is that some kind of inside joke between?
I
people that
think
know
they're
stuff
one
about-
country, right? It's always Trinidad and Tobago
Oh yeah. Well, I hear that. I hear that from her. So
at the Olympics. But I was wondering, are they two separate places?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Or they just can't
They
afford
have. I know they have that carnival thing or carnival or whatever they call it.
Carnival? You mean like
But-
Brazil?
I think I think they do that real big there too.
Rio's Carnival. Beautiful women.
Carnathon.
But anyway, that
That's
like
about right.
I mean, let's face it.
Yes, indeed.
we have a group text chat every year that all our years past funny, Halloween costumes get shared in this group chat, but my buddy never shares
Cool.
being Flavor Flav.
Right. He doesn't want it out there in the ether.
No, he puts them on Facebook and stuff too, because he's like my buddy. Like you could, if you just want to know what he's up to, you just look on Facebook.
I mean, do you have a picture of
checks
it?
in, like-
Show us.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, I mean, it would be too hard for me to find it. But he's like totally like you see his eyeballs. That's pretty much it. And his big red clock that he had hanging around his.
Yeah.
And his,
You guys hanging up Signal at all, or is it just me? I'm having some big hang-ups on my Signal.
Everything's
no,
going great for me.
fine.
Smooth over
It's-
here.
Yeah, it's me.
Does my colour
problem.
look better now?
Your hair?
No, the colour of my camera.
Oh, it looks all right.
It was a bit washed out and a bit grey, wasn't it, before?
Fabulous.
Yeah, it was a little bit. You look good. Sharp.
Yeah, look all right.
So an hour and a half in, and we haven't even talked about it being 9/11 today.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to do the obligatory "Where were you?" and
I don't know.
But I mean, you guys are all so young. You're probably shitting your diapers during 9/11.
No, I was like 20, 25, 26, 27.
I was 25, exactly.
So I was probably like 27 then.
Yep.
How long ago was it?
I was a little
What date
older.
was it?
20 years ago today.
20 years ago, brother.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You
It's
were
9/11 today.
I was 14.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
I was a freshman in high school.
I was unemployed. I had been I joined a startup and they had crashed and burned, and so I was unemployed at the time, but not at all stressed out like I should have been.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, man, did that just compound the situation?
No,
Like
it
you're
was,
like, oh shit, what am I gonna do now? You know?
it was bizarre. I thought to myself I really should be more stressed out, but I enjoyed not having to go to work. And but I went to the schoolyard, shot some hoops, and then I got back, and my friend across the street, he said, "Come on, you got to look at this." And watched. By that time, both planes had hit, and so I was watching. I watched the South Tower collapse with him.
I don't know why, but I envisioned watching it on my own TV in my own place. Well, that can't have happened because I was still living with my parents. I had a freaking paper
Well,
out.
that's you're probably thinking of the 10-year anniversary when it came on again.
Because I watched it live happen on TV and all that. I was gobsmacked when it happened.
It would have been mid to late afternoon when you saw it.
Yeah. I think I must have just come home from school.
I was working at a computer
and my parents
shop.
were watching the news, and obviously it was a big story.
Do you remember what time was it? The first plane?
8:46.
Yeah, I walked into the computer shop,
time.
and I think we had a 9 o'clock open, and some of the other guys had gotten there earlier, and a small TV had been brought out, and we were watching the smoking first tower, and then we were just contemplating how could somebody be so careless, what is this, what's happening here, and then of course when the second one hit, it's like oh no, and we knew that terrorist attacks were occurring. Bad juju. Very bad.
Are you sure it was 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Our time.
But surely
Eastern.
that would. So everyone would have been just arriving then in
No,
the towers.
it was maybe an hour before the building would have been a lot more. An hour later, the building would have been a lot more full.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
And that was a small solace, a small feature that made it less.
I listened to it. I was painting a beautiful house in Vermont, listening to the Howard Stern show, and he did a pretty damn good job keeping it going. He went on till at least 11:30 that day. Normally the show ended around 9:55. And I remember there was a guy they had in the studio, KC. They used to call him Gay C, big jacked dude.
Yeah,
he fucking left. They never let him get over that. He left because he was scared that they were going to get a plane flown into their building. But Stern never let him live that down, man.
Well, the best thing about that show, you had callers calling in during that time period. People on their roofs in New York City telling you everything. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You can actually find it on YouTube.
Yeah, I listened to it just about 2 months ago, and I worked the whole day, and by the time I got home, all the video had been compiled and neatened up on the news. So what I saw for the first time was, man, it was until I think for the rest of my life that'll be the most shocking video I've ever seen, and I've seen. I think I've seen them all, and that one takes the cake. So that
which part of it?
Just the whole entire thing, from seeing the clarity of airliner jets hitting buildings and just complete flames, and you just knew exactly what you're witnessing at that moment. The large group of people you're seeing die at that second.
What hit me even more was the imagery of people jumping. Just you could see people.
That too.
People just falling from windows.
Yeah, and that combined with the visuals of the planes hitting, and then as if all of that wasn't enough, the absolute sheer destruction of the collapse of the towers, and seeing the way those
enormity of it.
The dust clouds looked like fucking
Did anybody else think that
dude.
Did anyone else think that looked too much like a demolition though? when it
Oh,
No.
please, let's not get into that.
Yeah, I didn't want to go in that direction.
Hold on. I am not saying it was
No.
an inside job, but when
This
I
gets right.
watched it, it looked like a demolition. I was like, that looks just like the demolitions that I've seen on like the controlled demolitions. It went da 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 da. I was like, why is it going down like that? That was the first thing I thought at 14.
At 14.
Yeah,
The whole thing with that theory is you know when they prepare those buildings for those demolitions. I mean, it's not like they could hide that. You know what I'm saying? There's no possible way you could take a building like that down.
It's a 100-story building. You would need
There's
like
no way.
It was a long time ago, and I can still remember to this day that you could hear the crack, 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 crack as it went.
Pancake.
And there's videos of the sides exploding out too.
that was air pressure, is what they say.
Air pressure.
I've
No,
watched the full
look at
documentary of how
Topple.
they. I
No,
watched the-
Trolling. Topple's
No, I
trolling.
totally understand what Biscuit's saying now, but I
Yeah.
don't think it was an inside job.
No, I watched the documentary and they explained on how the rust on the beams made like a thermite that made it an exothermic reaction that just made the whole thing just buckle.
The thermite theory I have heard, and I've also seen video that points towards thermite. Thermite looks like liquefied metal. It's almost yellow or bright ass orange, and it just runs like oil or really thin water the way it runs. Viscosity is very thin.
If a couple of the layers of the building collapsed, and like what was above where they're playing it, like another 10 floors. If
Yeah,
that
that second one, it was you know, I knew right away. I was like, man, I think we were looking on a little black and white TV this big, and I was like, man, that one's gonna come down.
But if those floors collapsed on top of those other floors, then they're gonna drop down like it.
You can't even imagine the amount of physics that's going into that equation.
One vivid memory I have about Stern was that he was ballsy, man. He was like, being a New Yorker, or I mean, he probably lived in the Hamptons, of course, but pseudo New Yorker, he was saying right away, we know who did this. It might take them time to tell you, but we know. And what he was referring to was the fact that they tried to do it in 93, 94 with the fucking truck in the basement. And they knew it was Osama bin Laden. It had come out that there was these guys trying to attack the U.S., and Stern had the balls to fucking call him out right then and there. I thought that was awesome. He's so fucking different now, man.
No, I was about to say he has no balls no more.
No,
It's just different. And
he's totally rich. That's what's the
fix
deal.
the damage that was done by those trucks in the basement.
A lot of damage. But apparently not enough to cause a structural problem, obviously.
What I'm saying is, did that affect how the planes affected it?
Well, that would have only been one of the buildings, I think, and that's a good question, but also seemingly impossible to answer after the building is gone. You know, so it's certainly a valid question, you know? But who would have thought it? And they just told the story of this ticket agent who helped them, two of the terrorists, get on a plane. Okay, cool. Anyways, he had a...
oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Shall we?
It's a bad idea.
Oh, you think so?
You got to do it.
Yeah, break away. What do you got?
Well, I mean, we already have fucking 9/11 deniers on here. What else can we do? I'm kidding.
He probably have his tinfoil on.
Well, you're not deniers. And to asking questions, there is nothing wrong with, because we all know it was a tragedy at any level. So, yeah, let's go ahead and have ourselves a spastic.
Yeah, all right, boys.
It's Joe Biden. Happy
boys.
Joe Biden.
Hey,
how you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. You've dragged us on talking about fucking 9/11. Come on.
All right.
Come on. No.
Yeah, we weren't gonna, but you know.
Wait, I got a quick question.
Somebody brought it up
before he goes on his rant. Do you guys find this shirt offensive?
I'll find you offensive.
Hold on, dude. Hold on.
Go
It reads
skateboarding or the
backwards.
terrorists win. No.
No.
Some
Probably
people
for
would
today it's a
definitely,
bit offensive, but
Yes.
no.
but I
No.
don't find it offensive.
Well, I
I don't
mean,
wear it. I don't wear it out in public.
Just
Pussy.
I'm too scared. I do wear it skating
Like the
a
fucking
lot,
one in
but
a
I
shirt
don't.
like that if you don't wear it outside.
the art of the buildings being like conical on top, it doesn't look right. But
Well, they're two skateboards, so what are you
It's
gonna do?
skateboards.
It looks
yeah.
like dildos.
oh, it's skateboards. I couldn't
Yeah,
see
it
that.
says go. It
So
says
can I
go-
take a quick straw poll? Is everybody in this chat a firm believer that the official narrative on 9/11 is that two planes hit the building and it fell over?
I think
I have no doubt of it.
You have no
What?
doubt of it.
No doubt at all.
no doubt.
Well, I know. I saw two planes.
Two
in a
planes
building.
hit it.
You saw two planes hit it.
Yes.
But what Last Dance and Aphid Lip think that's what brought the towers down, and that was it.
Yeah, I studied the post-event
I'm not 100%
engineering,
on that
explanations, and I bought the explanations of the engineers that created the reports.
Which
on
engineers are you
that
talking about? The official engineers or the
multiple.
the hundreds
Purdue
that came out and
University.
said,
Official-
nah, it doesn't work, it doesn't fly.
The Purdue University report was very detailed and very hard to refute.
I
There
want
were
to
more
see. I
than
want to
one-
see.
there
I
was
want
more
to see
than one.
copies of all their birth certificates, or I'm not believing one word they say. Right, happy dog.
And not that short version, not that short form. I want the full birth certificate.
Yeah, this.
So
this
I
ain't
mean,
no
it
Obama
doesn't
birth
bother.
certificate.
It doesn't bother any that the one that hit the Pentagon had to do it flew over the Pentagon and did a 270-degree loop before it actually flew into the side of the building that had lost $2 trillion and had been previously strengthened. That doesn't bother you at all.
Not at all. In fact, that
Not at all?
that is the silliest part of all the 9/11 conspiracy.
Why is it silly?
It's bizarre because if you believe in the whole 9/11 conspiracy,
No.
bel-
Well, just talk about.
No,
that.
let me
Why is
finish.
that
Let
silly?
me finish.
Why is that silly?
if you believe in the whole 9/11, if you believe in the 9/11 conspiracy, then you believe that somehow
I'll be
we
right back.
got these terrorists to fly these planes into
Mhm.
the trade towers. But we didn't do that with the Pentagon for some reason. We had a plane fly around, but not hit the Pentagon, and then we shot a cruise missile, which did more damage than is conceivable.
Why did the plane fly?
And then the plane,
over
we had the
Pentagon?
plane land, and we killed the passengers. If it was
No.
a conspiracy, why not have that plane go into the building too? Why
There were
change
no
the narrative?
passengers.
If-
There were
if
no
the terrorists-
passengers.
Hold
That's
on.
not the narrative. There were. What happened to all the? What happened to all the passengers?
Dickhead, let me finish. If the terrorists wanted to hit the Pentagon, why didn't they hit the Pentagon on the side they flew in on? Why didn't they just belly flop on top of it? Why did they fly around 270 degrees?
I
and
wish I
hit
could
the
ask them.
side?
Well, maybe their piloting skills weren't
Well,
that.
the way
awesome.
I could
It's
be
a
wrong.
lot easier to hit the side you're
Hold on, hold
approaching
on.
on.
The way
The side the side they actually hit on was the hardest approach out of all of them.
the way I understand, and I don't think anybody can prove it because everybody's dead that was making those decisions, was that they were trying to hit the White House, and they couldn't pick it out. But the Pentagon is arguably a much more identified object than the White House.
When they
Five
saw it
shapes, I
coming
think.
ahead, flying straight at it, why didn't they hit it? Why did they fly over it, 270 degrees round?
I
The only
They didn't.
Oh,
They didn't get it.
oh!
They didn't
The
take
only-
over the plane until it was already airborne.
I can answer that one for you, Happy Dog.
Let me finish. Hit the only side of the building that had been strengthened. Hit the only side of the building that was responsible for $2 trillion going missing.
Well, I mean,
I can answer why they missed the building, Happy Dog.
I don't know if there's more importance to
Biscuit Face, no
one
offense,
side of
but I
that 1 in
wouldn't trust
5
you to tell me
choice or
what
not.
is weapon.
I can answer why they didn't hit the building. The building was very short compared to the Twin Towers, and it's quite a hard target to hit with a 747, isn't it?
The easiest approach was the approach they took. The hardest approach was the one to hit that side.
Well,
But that's irrelevant.
maybe the pilots that was being forced to do it tried fighting with the terrorists.
You know, the pilots weren't being forced to do it.
The pilots weren't very
Terrorists were the
experienced
pilots.
either.
Did anybody
They were
see
not-
video of the plane hitting it?
No, it hasn't been shown.
They took over the plane after it took off.
The video,
Well,
I
I mean,
believe
come on.
the frames of the video are between when it hits. So it's one frame, then you see a skid in the grass, and then the building is exploded. That's how fast, because the only camera apparently was pointed hard like across the building face, so you see skid in the grass in a blown up building to the left.
Every bit of CCTV out of the whole area was taken away. Every single bit.
I was about to say, it's kind of gone.
None of it's been released, Steve. Every single bit's been taken away.
Are you familiar with the area?
What, directly? No.
It's not a. The density is varying. It's not in the middle of a city. It's Northern Virginia. It's
they're all like gas.
It's much more built up now. I'll give you an example. In New York City, a month later, an Airbus 300 crashed in Jamaica Bay. There was one camera they were able to find video of that happened in the most, in an extremely dense city with cameras everywhere. And this was from a toll booth from like 10 miles away where they just barely see the plane.
That's not the case around the Pentagon.
We're talking about Pentagon.
There's far fewer cameras there in that area.
They seized all the CCTV,
I would have thought the
Pentagon
shops
and everything.
The Pentagon would have more cameras.
Yeah,
they have everybody CCTV
everywhere for the perimeter.
They do now.
Everything.
But they mostly had cameras.
There was no CCTV. There was CCTV and it was seized. It's
common say, but there's never. It's not
claims. It was common knowledge at the time.
Okay. Well, as long as it's common knowledge, then how am I to?
What people are actually coming out and saying they came and took the CCTV away? That's common knowledge.
Yeah, they certainly took the cameras to see if they could find any video of it, but
and none of it's been released.
It doesn't make any sense. That's your problem.
What happened? Make any sense?
What happened? Why wouldn't they crash the plane into the Pentagon if they crashed into the trade tower? Why not the Pentagon too? It's just one more plane.
Exactly, but why not the side they flew onto?
No, you have to tell me why they didn't. Do you admit? Does your conspiracy theory have them crashing planes into the trade towers?
They're government planes. They were passenger planes.
But
they were government planes.
But last dance, the fluid in the only side of the building that had been strengthened. It was the hardest approach possible. They ignored the approach they were on.
What do you mean strengthened? Strengthened against an airliner crashing into it?
The building had been reinforced.
But they had a 20% chance to hit that part of the building.
Exactly, 20% chance, but they ignored the direct chance they had when they flew in. The
How do you know
approach,
that they knew which side was more constructive?
I'm not saying that. No. You're saying terrorists attacked the Pentagon, but what you're saying is they flew over the Pentagon and went, no, we don't like this approach. We don't like the squashing on top. We're going to fly 270 degrees round and hit this side.
I don't think people doing a suicide dive is going to be thinking much about where they're going to fucking hit.
Well, if they were just doing a suicide dive, they would have just crashed into it, wouldn't they? That sort of defeats your argument right there and then.
I think you're forgetting that they had to.
They could have flopped straight onto it.
All right.
I don't know what you think. They were passengers. They got into the cockpit. The plane was already flying. They got into the cockpit. They didn't know where they were. They had to look around and find their targets. They don't have. These are not. This is not.
You can't have it both ways. They either knew where they were, they didn't know where they were.
What both ways am I trying to have?
Well, you're saying they didn't know where they were.
They didn't know exactly where they were. They of course knew they were.
The Pentagon, so they had a good idea where they were. But
the Pentagon
they ignored the side they flew into.
You can see the Pentagon from anywhere in the air.
Right.
It's so easily
so they knew it.
Identifiable.
So why didn't they hit it on the side they attacked it from?
They were probably all. This is a 757. It is not
right.
a Cessna. They had already.
So they needed to.
They needed to line up to hit it. That was what they were doing.
They approach it on the open side with a fucking bigger window to actually hit it. If they wanted to fly into a side, they could have fucking belly flopped on top of it. They could have landed in the middle.
Email
but
in
they
on
didn't.
the private
they
chat
flew
again.
270.
No. I got it.
If they had tried to belly flop it, it would have just bounced off and missed.
Come bounced off and missed.
Yeah, they would have had to crash on it. They would have had to dive into it.
Man bounced off.
I would call and it's an L, not an I. So there you go. Don't show.
You want to talk about the buildings as well? Can we talk about the buildings?
Is that it?
No, don't do that.
Happy Dog, I think that it's a general consensus that most people, think that batshit crazy, and
I am
would like
batshit
to
crazy, but I'm
Alright.
fucking
would like
right
to
on this.
would like to talk about something.
Wait a minute.
I
I
love
like
that.
Happy Dog. I don't want to call him that.
Time down.
Yeah,
In
Time
fact,
down.
I love Happy
Question.
Dog.
Well, I
Happy
mean,
Dog's saying it's a cruise missile that hit the Pentagon.
No, I'm not. No.
Oh, okay. Because I was about
No,
to
what
say,
I'm
was
saying
there
is,
plane
if-
parts around the area.
There was, yeah. But what I'm
What hap-
saying is, if it's terrorists with the sole intention of crashing onto the Pentagon,
Oh,
sole
okay.
intention of making collateral damage on a building, they fly in on the side that's the easiest approach to hit.
Primary damage, not collateral.
Well, all right, then primary. If they're flying on that side, the easiest side to hit, they don't hit that side, they don't hit in the middle, they don't hit on the top, they actually fly in a big circle, 270 degrees, and attack on the hardest side to hit that
The
side.
middle or the top, you know that there's a big open space. It's not. It's
Exactly.
not a solid.
But you're talking about an airplane, aren't you? If you wanted to do damage, you just
No, it's
smack
a
it on the
jet.
top,
It's
wouldn't
not
you?
an airplane. It's a jet.
you know,
It's not a- it's a
only
jet.
out of my
What the fuck's a jet? Is it not an airplane? Like,
And
is
it's
it not called a jet
terrorist, not an
aeroplane?
inside job.
only out of my
Is it
morbid.
not, hold on, is it not an aeroplane? I was saying it
No,
wasn't
it's
an
not
airplane.
an airplane. It's a jet. There's a big difference.
What's the difference between a jet and an airplane?
One is a prop. One has prop engines, and the other one has jets.
Don't be fucking
Jet
stupid.
troop. No, don't you be fucking stupid. Don't you give me that attitude.
It's a fucking airplane. It's got wings.
It doesn't flap those wings.
Have you
It
been
doesn't
huffing
do
your
that.
hair dye?
You
Is
can't
that
fool
what's
me.
going on here? Have you been drinking your
I
hair
know
dye?
that you're trying to pull a fast one.
Fucking aeroplane. The fucking jet airliner, if you want to be specific.
No, that's perfect. I like that.
So, Happy, how do you feel about Flight 93 that was supposedly the passengers took over and they dive bombed?
Wasn't that the
You
one
told-
that
you
wasn't that the one
heartless
that,
cunt.
that had one of the terrorists arrested on the morning? Weren't the one terrorist short on that one?
Huh?
I'm
I
sure
don't
one of
even
the
know.
I'm sure one of the terrorists had actually been arrested for some visa infraction or something, so he'd been refused entry.
Detained or arrested?
Oh,
I don't know. I think he was sent back. Actually, I think his visa wasn't right, so he was just put on a plane and sent straight back.
Oh, God.
Zacharias Musawi.
Was that the one?
Yes.
So there were one
The
terrorist. down for
so-called
that one.
20th hijacker.
Yeah.
Last dance. got
So, how
me
you feel
out.
about that plane? Like that? Was that staged?
No. I don't
No.
think any of the planes were staged.
Okay.
I do believe there's. I mean, you've got a common thing in America. Your FBI, your CIA.
Yeah, we saw what they did to Trump. So,
They love to entrap people. You've seen it with the BLM in the January the 6th. They love to find a plot and then feed it so they can swoop in at the last minute to fucking beat it.
Okay,
So-
I'm with you. Go on.
I think
Go
there was
on.
Go on. I think there was a hell of a lot of, oh, we've got this covered, and oh shit, it didn't work out bit. I think.
Okay.
I mean,
I
you've got
don't-
it. I mean, the consensus of story about the basement bomb was exactly the same, wasn't it?
Well, you have a point. They've certainly let a lot of plots go forward, and maybe you're right. What if any of these plots had they were unable to pull the plug when they had planned on it? Would they ever admit it, or would they, or would this be the result? So
Well, that gets to my point about the buildings. There's a lot of reasons why those buildings had to come down. A lot of people don't like admitting it, but there was a lot of reasons why those buildings had to come down.
they didn't have to come down.
all right,
Well,
go for it, Fed. You look like you have something to say.
I mean, it's just at this point in time that somebody would be so, far off their rocker to believe what he's spewing out.
hold on.
of
This
his
point
mouth.
in time, what time got to do with it?
He's got good talking points.
Right. Let's talk
His,
about
point,
the
his
asbestos.
talking points are good.
Let's talk about the asbestos from 70 floors up, impregnated in the concrete,
That should have been
Like-
illegal at that point.
and the many insurance
it's not.
claims,
Grandfather did.
and the many insurance claims that were attempted to be made for the asbestos abatement that were denied. It was going to cost millions upon millions to keep the asbestos under control. That's
So you think-
one.
You think this
That's
mass
one.
murder of 3,000 people was
Undisturbed
an
asbestos
insurance
is
scam?
not a problem.
Well, hold on.
This
Actually,
world-changing event.
Actually, I do. Actually, I do think it was an insurance
Whoa, you
scam.
lost me there. What insurance?
Well,
scam?
hold on. Are you aware of the aluminium panels on the outside as well?
Oh yeah, oh the aluminum.
All the anchor boats that are failing.
Heard about that.
So all these panels were going to need retrofitting back on, and there was no way it could be done. Can't have scaffolding that far up. The absolute millions upon millions it would cost to even attempt to do it. So that's two.
Wait,
Why didn't he wait till the people had gone home for the day before he crashed, knocked the buildings down? Surely he cared.
Who cared?
I mean, seriously. All right. So what you're trying
What
to
about
say?
hold
on. What you're trying to say is no. You hold on. What
Oh.
you're trying to say is that
Hold on.
that because of some building flaws that needed repair,
Well,
that
how
they're
are we
going
gonna
to convince some Arabs to move here 10 years in advance and train in all these aspects and
No, that's
learn
not
how
what
to
he's
fly.
saying. No,
the
he's not
plane.
saying that. He's saying that
I'm
they
saying
would
there
have
was a lot of
done it for their
advantages
reasons.
Exactly.
Aphid, there's a problem with
So
that
it's a
logic.
coincidence that they
You
happen
don't
on the
need
same
to learn
day?
to fly a plane to crash one.
I mean, seriously. I mean,
So
you just got to come to a point where
That's
there's
too
something that's plausible or not.
Whoa. Yeah, that's two multi-million-dollar reasons, right?
That's a million.
Another multi-million-dollar reason is you couldn't
That's trillions of dollars of damage to the world economy to save million.
Oh, happy dog.
No. You couldn't retrofit the building. You couldn't retrofit the building to be up to date for a modern digital age as well. You couldn't do that. It was outdated.
Already in the modern digital age.
No, it wasn't.
It was a central core of the world economy. Yes, it was.
It wasn't up to the task, though, Cypher.
Well,
it couldn't deal with the fucking upgrades.
It's impossible.
Well, you can fucking go well.
I can't.
What about the inside dealing on the day? What about
I've been in buildings where that were
it's not
built in the '60s and were not meant to be.
Your argument is not cromulent.
Yeah, but you can retrofit. You can retrofit the proper. You can retrofit the proper wiring and boosters into buildings.
That's the problem, Steve.
Especially in that building,
the structure of the building wouldn't allow it.
No, it does.
There was just problems with doing it.
You can get a lot through a 10-inch conduit through the floor. You can get a fucking lot. Dude.
They will build a false floor to put conduit underneath. I mean, they have all kinds of ways to retrofit buildings.
The insurance thing gets me. That's a definitely no.
It's just not worth the passion you're putting into it. There,
if you think about a building that's past its date, past its sell-by date, what do you do with it? Normally.
Okay, let's go with that.
What do you normally do?
You don't destroy it with 4,000, 3,000.
No, what do you normally do with it? Whoa! What do you normally do with it? Don't shake your head. What do you normally do with it?
You
restore
don't.
it.
Most of the
time, what you normally do with a building that's sell by date.
You make sure that it's 100% empty, and then you take it down one way or the other.
Either that or you retrofit it.
Oh, let's go with that.
No.
Okay,
you've got to be playing.
Whoa!
You have to be playing, man.
No,
you have to be playing. You can't be serious.
If you want,
you cannot be serious.
I'm fucking 100%.
Okay, well, I'm done with you. You guys.
Well, that just proves you haven't got a fucking genuine bone in your body. Then,
that shit, fuck that shit.
How do you pull a building down in the center of a city like that? How do you pull a building down that big?
Fuck off.
How do you pull a building down that big?
I'm going to unfriend you on alt feed. That's all there is to it.
How do you do it? Answer the question, Cypher. How do you do it?
No, I'm done.
How do you demolish a building like that?
You can talk at me all you want, but I'm done with you.
Because you can't answer a simple fucking question.
No,
how would
because
you
demolish that building? Crazy on this topic. You're batshit crazy.
How would you demolish that building?
Sorry, I'm done. I'm done. La 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 la
la la la. Exactly. The sign of a fucking intellectual fool. How would you do it? If you wanted to do it officially, how would you do it? If you wanted to pull it down conventionally, how would you do it, and what would it entail, and how much would it cost?
Blow it up.
I have no idea.
What would it entail in demolishing a building that was past its sell-by date of that size in that location?
I think it would be easy.
And how much would it cost?
People in it. God damn! You don't understand?
I'm not talking
what you're
about
saying.
the fucking people in it, Cypher. I'm
That's
talking about
because
if you
you're
wanted to
fucking
do
an
it
idiot.
properly.
You know, you're an idiot.
No,
I think that
Oh.
the thing is here,
Cypher,
Happy
you're calling me a
Dog.
fucking idiot, you
I
bellend.
mean, on this topic, in general, you're not. I like you in general, but this topic,
What
you're,
I'm saying
you're
is,
just you're out.
how
of,
would you do it
out of
if
your
you wanted
mind
to
on
do
this
that
topic.
officially?
Well,
How
You're
would you
out
do
of
it?
your mind on this topic. You know.
So you'll not answer. You just
Happy
go la
Dog.
la 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 la, fingers in the ears.
Why don't you just
How
explain
would you do
your
it?
whole theory? Just explain yourself.
I'm wanting Cypher to answer that question. Let's say that they had to pull the Trade Center down. How
You're
would
not
they do
following. You're not
it? No,
following
just
logic.
answer that question.
No,
If
you're
they
not
wanted
following
to pull
logic.
it down, how would they do it?
They wouldn't want to pull it down. They would want to take the millions of dollars of what is it that he was talking about? The old wall, materials. Yeah, they would take out the millions of dollars of asbestos, and then
How
they
would
would
they pay
do
for
what
it?
these other guys. Millions of dollars? How would they pay for millions of dollars?
Nobody was going to do it. So let's say, right, any other building, any other city,
Millions of dollars.
Wait.
any other building, any other city that was past its sell-by date and facing huge amounts of bills
No.
to repair it and keep it running, what would they do with it?
It
They-
costs
they
a lot
just-
less.
Wait.
We
They would
don't have
demolish
to
it.
answer your question to prove your point. Just
My-
prove your point.
My head hurts right now. So you're saying the trade centers were brought down because of asbestos? How much would it cost to remove
I'm
it?
saying it.
That is
I'm
what he's
saying
saying.
it fitted
Because
a
in
whole
the
lot of agendas
Northeast-
to do.
All these buildings still have asbestos in them. You don't have to remove it. You have to. There's a
Abate it.
process.
English
it's
bottle
called.
cap. The
It's
arguments have been made
it's called
over the
Yeah,
decades.
Abaden. Yeah.
In
Abaden.
engineering
So
reports.
you know what
Nobody
you're
would
talking
pay for
about.
it.
I
Nobody
don't
would
need
pay.
to make the argument. I don't need to counter his argument.
They attempted,
gonna
they attempted
ignore
to
all
pay
the
for it.
evidence.
Nobody would do
He's
it.
All right,
ignoring
well-
all the evidence.
So
I'm ignoring all the evidence. I'm offering you
think,
evidence and fucking suggestions.
No,
You
you're
just
offering
la, la,
us
la,
theory.
la, la, la,
Playing
la.
us off.
Do what it's
No,
on, do what it's on,
I'm
do what it's on.
on your theory. Your theory is bullshit.
did they
that's all
have to
there
do
is
the
to
same
it.
thing at the Pentagon?
If you don't
Is that why the
disprove
plane
something
crashed
by
there?
just saying it's bullshit, disprove it.
You have to look at the engineering reports, and you haven't.
Which
You
engineering
simply
reports are you talking about?
haven't. Look them up yourself. Do your
There
own
was plenty of
Googling.
engineers that
Do your
predicted that
own
it couldn't have
Googling.
happened.
I'm not your fetch and
No,
step
don't fucking
boy.
talk over me, you baldy
I'm not
cunt.
your fetch and step it boy. You
Don't
know,
fucking
go
talk
do your
over
own
me, you
fucking research.
Fucking grandma, fucking bird woman motherfucker. Don't fucking talk
Oh
over me.
man, this
We
is
need
not
to
the,
get
this is
McGrady
not
in
the vibe I like on this show.
No, I mean it's honestly pretty mellow. They're just sort of
Yeah.
fucking around. I mean,
More than not.
It's talking. It's
Yeah.
debating. There's
Yeah.
nothing
Hey.
wrong with it.
Hey, Happy Dog.
Right.
oh,
No, I'm not listening.
Drone
to
tech.
these, I'm just
There we go.
what up,
I'm
guys?
going to do a
Uh-oh.
site
Here
for
we
this.
go.
I'm going to go la 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 la.
Happy Dog.
Oh,
You didn't
Drone
like
Tech
that.
will- Drone
Happy
Tech-
Dog. How are you doing today?
Hey, Happy Dog, do you know Drone Tech
I do know drone tech.
from the olden days, the LL
No,
days?
no, I know more through when he's come on a Hayden stream.
All right, he
He's
is
got
the
his own.
man. What up, guy?
Drone Tech, I see your stuff fairly regularly, and I watch it sometimes. It comes up on my my algorithm generated, suggestion list on YouTube all the
YouTube,
time. I see your stuff suggested all the time, and I'll watch it about one time out of 6 or 7, somewhere in that ratio. I'll watch at least part of it, and sometimes I'll watch the whole. Your shows, Drone Tech, are what, about 10 to 20 minutes long generally?
His YouTube.
right.
He's not here. He's
He's
on
not
the
here.
chat.
Is he back
Oh,
on
yeah,
He's
I've
YouTube?
been-
in the time
yeah, I've been
plugging
on
his
the chat.
testicles. He's not here.
Yeah. He's answering a little bit.
He's in Troll Central.
I thought
I'd
he
say
got
7.
banned from YouTube.
7 to 12 minutes. He's still here. He's still doing videos,
Yeah.
unless that was
Yeah.
really recent.
No. This was when the major censorship went out after Trump.
5 to 8 minutes. Yeah, he got banned by Twitter, unfortunately, because his Twitter was great, but I don't know why he got the boot. It sucks.
I can't remember what news station it's on, but there's a guy who looks exactly like Drone Tech with the same background as Drone Tech. He's got a regular news spot on. I think it's on Russia Today, but it looks exactly like Drone Tech. He's got the same opinions as Drone Tech, but I don't think it's Drone
On
Tech.
Russia Today, that's Drone Tech.
RT.
Is it?
All right, well, let's
Hey,
keep
Happy
this
Dog.
ball rolling. How you feel about?
Can we talk about something else, Happy Dog?
You want?
Yes.
I do. I don't. Anything else?
How you feel
said your
about
piece.
Biden's comment this week?
I didn't say my piece. I spoke 10% of my piece on that.
Well, I think maybe we could save the next 10% for another show.
Yeah, 10%. Good. Done. Okay, what was your question, Topple?
You're not fucking measuring me out into 10% sections.
11? Let's negotiate. 11%.
What the fuck's this?
Yeah.
If I
Maybe
want to edge, I'll watch midget porn. I don't measure things out.
You're gonna watch midget porn whether that or
I'm
not.
watching midget porn now, but will not say anything about that.
Make sure you get
Last
that
dance, what's
VPN
the
active.
question,
You
my
know?
good man?
I just want to talk about
VPN
something else
active
because I
Happy
like
Dog.
it. I don't
Yeah,
want to keep arguing with you.
Topple. What did you say?
Did anybody see our big president make a conference this week and talking about what he was going to sign in?
Companies with over 100 employees are mandating vaccines.
How do you guys feel about that? How you feel about that?
There's several parts of that, and that is the most controversial part.
That is.
That
then
is,
when they asked him about it in lawsuits, and he said, "Bring it on." I mean, come on, Joe. He did say. He said, "Bring it on."
I could see a camera malfunction on his side, and he's going to disappear shortly. It's going to be whoosh! I'm out the door. Yeah, I'm not fucking covering this.
There's always room in Drone Tech.
Hey, look, we got somebody new. Who's this? Let's be honest, Jack. And it looks like a female or a picture thereof.
Drone Tech's wanting to invite.
Hello, let's be honest, Jack.
So does anybody possibly agree with mandating vaccines on people?
No.
I do not. Although I would love to. Love to see more people get that vaccine.
Why?
I am a big proponent of freedom of your own body. Do what you want with
I feel the same way.
Stay in the UK.
So what was up the other day? Jen Psaki is finishing up an interview, and
there he goes. He's been away. Shit. There he is. I knew it. I fucking called it.
Yeah,
so, anyways, the reporter asks her, "What about your body, your choice?"
Your body, your choice.
Shit! This conversation's getting difficult. I'm fucking dipping.
What'd she say to that?
She left. It was close enough to the end that it was easier to just leave and say thank you than to answer the question. Which is obvious because there is no logical answer that applies to one and not the other.
That's right.
You know, they are both the same thing. If you're going to say your body, your choice for one thing, then
what about your body, your choice for 12 to 15-year-olds?
No, I think the only time you should be able to mandate it is
adults.
Maybe college. I don't know.
Age of.
Because in the UK,
have to mandate it, ever. You should ever.
In the UK, they're overriding parents' the parents' wishes for the child's wishes instead.
Well, they're trying to. It's in flux. You know. It's
I find that hard to believe.
They're offering the kids the choice without actually having to tell their parents.
That's right.
Which will mean teachers going, it'll really be a good idea if you take this vaccine. Take this vaccine. Have this vaccine.
Oh, vaccine.
Is that the rule, or is that a trial balloon? They're seeing how it goes
I thought
over.
we were on to the trans debate.
It's what they're proposing to do.
Okay.
The official body in the UK said they weren't going to recommend it for 12 to 15-year-olds. They didn't think the risk was enough to say it was necessary for young kids to be vaccinated.
That's what the UK is saying?
Yeah, what the other school bodies are saying is they're going to give the kids the option, the choice.
There's a real schism in what's happening in the United States right now because you've got all of this issue of, trying to mandate vaccines and make them statutorily required. And I'm watching, all of these college football stadiums, 100,000 stadiums, jam-packed, not a mask in sight, elbow to elbow. And it's like, we're having more deaths, we're having more cases, we're having more than a year ago. And
I I would be happier if they gave children a choice, but they
It's
also
weird.
gave them a pamphlet or told them all the risks. You know, like if you were to have an operation, that the surgeon would
Coloring book, you know, something
run
like a coloring
through
book.
every risk with you, wouldn't they? If they did that with the vaccine, that'd be okay with me.
What, Biscuit, you want
What
the
for
government
kids?
talking to your kid?
No,
the
not the
kids,
government.
kids
Not the
don't know
government,
shit. They
the
can't
nurses
decide
and
for
doctors.
themselves.
Exactly.
But
So,
you,
so what information about the vaccines do you think they'd put on the pamphlet? Would they put
Well,
on
I
all
know they're
these
not
like
gonna-
heart
it's all good
defects?
for you. Nothing wrong
I would
with it.
want them. I would want them to say that 5% or whatever it is, people get brain hemorrhages and die.
I'm laughing
I
at
would
Troll
want that on
Farmer.
there for start.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes, he'll want to sniff them, of course.
I
don't
think that's. I
I
think it's
don't-
bullshit.
I mean, the risk to children seems so minimal that is the least of my concern. I would say the concern lies in the states that have very, very low vaccination rates in adults, that where especially the shit could really cause some damage. Because it seems like with kids, it's a very low percentage that
Well, certainly
suffered
the
severely from COVID.
the figures from, I think it was the Israelis who were talking about natural immunity after you've post-infection with COVID was like at least the same as vaccine, if not higher. Kids aren't affected severely by it. So surely what you want is the old mentality of the measles parties and the chicken pox parties. You want kids infected with COVID
What
so
about
they have
what
a
about
natural
kids
immunity.
what
I
about
remember
kids with immune deficiency disorders?
How many percentage of the population of kids have immune deficiency?
Not very many, but do you think
Right,
they should
so-
they should be given a choice though?
Okay,
shouldn't they?
if you're going to talk that number, what about the percentage of kids that are going to develop myocarditis and pericarditis?
No, what I'm saying is
No, whoa. You've just said
I just said
a low
often the
percentage of the kids'
Yeah.
population
Yeah.
developing problems or having
Yeah,
immune
but what I'm
problems,
saying is often
should be
just those
considered.
kids.
right?
Often only
What about
those
right?
kids with
So you're saying a small percentage of kids that
Yeah.
have got immune problems should affect
Yeah.
the whole population of kids, but you're
No,
ignoring the small. Whoa!
Is it?
You're ignoring the
That's not what
small
I've just
population of kids that are going
Easy.
to get pericarditis
Easy.
and
Happy Dog,
myocarditis.
will you listen to me for 1 second? I said just
Let
offer
us
it to
finish.
those-
Let us finish. Don't talk
Hold-
over us.
You're accusing me.
Don't talk over us. You've just
Wait.
said
Wait.
because of a low percentage of children that have got immune deficiency, everybody should have the vaccine.
No. That's not what I'm
That's
saying.
what I
I'm
want
saying
to know.
Hold on,
offer the
guys.
kids-
Very
offer the
briefly,
kids with
very
immune
briefly,
deficiency the vaccine. That's what I'm saying.
very
Right,
briefly.
but what
let me
about
just,
the
let me
same
just
percentage
hold
of
on.
kids?
Take charge.
May the host
Smokesteve.
speak, please?
Hold on. I'm going to just even out the screen and create a nice even balance here with 4 and 4 by adding Don't Tech Politics.
Hey, man.
Don't tech.
Oh, you sexy
guys.
motherfucker.
Good to see you, Duncan.
Yes, what's up, Biscuit?
Biscuit Babes, what about the percentage of children that are going to develop heart
What's up,
problems
guys?
through the vaccine? That's going to outweigh the amount of kids that have got immune problems. What about that?
Biscuit.
Silence.
Wait.
You're not going to answer.
I want to chime in on this at some
Good
point,
luck.
so let me know.
People
Like,
that are vaccinated spread COVID.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's
That's why
There
I
is-
say those.
well,
That's why I say that
That's what
those
I'm saying.
with immune deficiency
Let the newcomer
should
talk.
get the vaccine if they choose to have it.
yeah,
Right.
but you're talking about kids that also, if they got just the flu, not
Oh, I
COVID,
thought
that are
I
a
thought
high
that was
risk for the
newcomer.
flu. Well, we're not
True.
mandating flu shots for everybody too.
Yet.
We are here.
Yeah,
Not for everybody, but those who are at risk.
Anti fucking flu shots.
No, I don't think so.
I don't-
Hey, Drone Tech, what do you have to say about this?
no, like, well, you know, I have kids that are in school. A kid right now
Right.
that's in school, and I did go to the school board meeting recently that was about if they were going to do a mask mandate, and I actually didn't speak. I'm going to speak at the next one, but whoever said that it's not a great risk to kids is correct. I think out of 74 million kids in the United States, around 300 have died of COVID, and I think almost all of those had like other severe issues.
Yeah.
And there were some
Well,
hospitalizations as well, but they got out. So there actually we've lost more kids to the flu. Like in 2017, double the amount of kids died of the flu. And look, I have kids. I don't even want to think of them dying or anything, and or anybody else's kids. One of the parents at the school board meeting, she was. All the pro-mask people were like hypochondriacs. This woman was like sitting there in front of me with a double mask on, spraying her hands like every few minutes, wiping it on her mask. And then she goes up and speaks, and she's like, I just don't understand all these people who don't want our kids to wear masks every day. She's like, what, do you want my kids to die? And it's like, it's so funny. They think that we're the purveyors of misinformation, but like, it's like, what kind of quackery is that? So, yeah, the fact of the matter, kids are, and I think the other big question is when it comes to like vaccine mandates is who's immune to it? Because I believe there's a recent study out that shows like 80% of people 16 and older are immune already. So, like, and I think I'm among those.
80% of Americans had antibodies or defense against COVID. I saw that as well.
Do you think you had it, Drone?
Yeah, early on, like in December of 2020 or 2019. Yeah, we all, my whole family, like right before Christmas, the entire family got really sick. I was pretty mild. My wife was really bad. We took her to the doctor. We took my son, who was a baby at the time, to the doctor. They tested him. They said it was not the flu. So, but it was like they were sweating. They had like 204 temperature. My wife was like 207. So we're pretty sure that was COVID.
104. You said
104. Sorry, not, yeah. We'd all be dead.
Nuclear.
Couple more degrees and you're boiling.
What's called
yeah. So anyway, we don't know for sure, but we assume we did have that at that because that's right when it started. So.
And you all made it through. The kid, no long-lasting side effects or anything, or did you have the loss of taste or smell or anything like that?
Yeah, we were all like that. And my wife, man, she was just like, it was crazy. She was. Just sweaty, like she thought she was dying. And it's funny because we didn't go to the hospital. We just went to the CVS, like you know,
urgent care type
minute clinic.
Because it was like a Sunday, and it was like close to Christmas. It might have been Christmas Eve. So, and we had to cancel all of our things with. And it's funny because we were all still sick for the redo for Christmas. We had to cancel that too. So, yeah. So I'm pretty sure that's what we had, but it's like. If that's the case, then we probably have some sort of immunity. Like, why isn't there more of a push to test people's antibodies to see if they have, because why should I get the shot? Ignored, no. Fauci was asked about this on CNN. I don't know if you guys saw that. He actually, Sanjay Gupta, to his credit, asked Fauci this question. He said that this study shows that like 80% of Americans are immune already. And Fauci's like, people ask me, should I still get the shot if I'm immune? And Fauci said he had no answer for that. So like, what? Like, I don't understand why people put so much faith in that guy.
I don't think it was actually that they're immune, but they have antibodies that suggest that they've got antibodies against COVID. It doesn't necessarily mean they're immune.
No, it is.
Well,
immunity.
To a degree, you can still get reinfected.
I've seen Fauci interviewed by 2 or 3 committees, and I just
it's not AIDS.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying, for fucking clarity's sake, it's not technically immunity. You can still get reinfected. You can still carry it. You can still pass it on.
Some immunity.
Yeah.
You have
resistance. You've got antibodies to it. Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, that's what the class is herd immunity, isn't it?
I know.
There was the goal at one point. It was to have herd immunity was the goal. And now that goal's been like, we don't need that goal anymore. Fuck that goal.
Right. And it was 80% immunity to get herd immunity. So
I thought it was
we may already be there.
I thought it at 70 it started.
70 it was over here that we were quoting. That was the numbers we were quoting.
That went out the window because we have that in my state here.
They're bringing new variants into it, aren't they? And saying that new variants are the reason that they need to upgrade the statistics and
interesting. And what's with all these, like, and maybe I'm completely alone here and completely paranoid, but there seems to be a lot of, like, CCP agents in the media who are really pushing for like just completely running roughshod over people's rights, like this chick on CNN who apparently she was born in China. She came over here when she was 8, but I mean, it's not hard for me to believe that she got recruited by the CCP. And actually, there's an article, I haven't read it yet, but it's about apparently she has worked with.
There's some infiltration for sure.
Yeah. So, and there's a lot of those, and it's like, come on, like something is definitely going on here that has nothing to do with the virus. Any thinking human being should be able to see that.
So what do
Or
you
am I
think about-
completely crazy and paranoid?
No, you're
What do you
Nope.
think about the
You have
people on the borders being given ivermectin
insight.
before they come in?
Oh yeah,
What?
the
What was that?
ivermectin thing. Apparently,
Oh, yeah.
according to this expert on the Joe Rogan show, that's what I'm citing here.
Uh-oh.
But she said that, and I haven't looked into it, I've been meaning to, but she said that it has long documented antiviral properties, and they use it for like Zika and all these different viruses. So,
Well, they're giving it to people on the border as they come in, you know. Apparently.
well, they do
I-
that to
I'm-
deworm them, but
I'm led to believe that.
So,
it
they're
only
giving
works-
people coming in unvaccinated ivermectin, but they're insisting that the population takes the vaccine.
right.
If
Yeah,
I were-
Saki like flaunted that. She's like when Ducey pushed her on if illegal immigrants. He's like, why are they don't have to get shots, but everybody else does? And she's like, yep. Or she said something like she just
Because
responded
they know they're
very,
covered
like,
with the ivermectin. They know-
I'm
Yeah, but
led
why
to
is
believe
that?
that
It's really weird, isn't
ivermectin only works if you catch it early.
Nobody knows.
Pfizer's
It's all-
looking into ivermectin for a daily tablet, so they
There's-
can make
the
money off
data
a
is
daily
very-
tablet.
I'm pretty
Well,
sure
in
that
the
because of the way
opposition
Rogan was
industry-
typified by CNN, he's suing CNN, if I remember the story.
I
Does
don't think
anybody else
that
read
he's
that
going to
story?
try, but I don't think he's going to get anything.
No, I don't think
yeah.
for slander, I don't think it's going to work. He was joking
Nah.
when he brought that up on the show, but
Was he?
I don't know. I mean,
He's got
Rogan
enough money
made the-
for a punt. He can try.
if Rogan thought that the disease was going to be so minimal in effect on him, then why did he take this experimental treatment? Why didn't he just
Rogan- I
ride
mean-
it out?
If you believe the effective
He's
groups
old.
of COVID, he's up there. He's in his 50s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he-
I mean, he's
older,
fit.
so-
He's fit and healthy, but he's still in his 50s.
Wasn't
I bet
he-
he'd have been fine had he had done nothing. Because when I got it, I was.
I agree with that.
I got sick, but I wasn't that bad.
Well, his story goes that he sat. There was a night of gigs comedy that him and his buddies did, big shows, and they got shit faced, slept in a hotel, went home, and then like the next day when he was with his family, he started feeling sick, and that's when he lives in a fucking giant mansion. Let's not kid ourselves. He told them to sleep in another wing or something. He stayed separate, and then he tested positive for COVID, and then from there, he came up with this barrage of IVs with like 10,000 somethings of vitamin C, like a really high dose vitamin
He had those
C.
monoclone antibodies as well, didn't he?
He had
must have thrown
monoclonal
hundreds of
antibodies.
thousands of dollars at it.
Eight-
It must have cost him a fucking fortune.
Yeah, he had the three: the ivermectin, the monoclonal antibodies, and this high dose IV of vitamin C. And
Right.
he smoked that
Vitamin
thing
D is good
within
as well.
24 hours. He felt better.
Yeah,
But I
well,
would say
it's funny.
eight to 10 grand easily out of his pocket.
Oh, I
right
would say more than that.
He said that he already had all this stuff ready to go. Like that his doctor had, like, that's what he said in his interview, his first interview about it. He said that he already had all these drugs ready to go in case he got it.
It's possible.
So,
Yeah.
and yeah, there was something else I wanted to say about that, but I forgot. Anyway,
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly an interesting way that he dealt with it, you know?
Do you see the
yeah,
hate
I love
he
Joe
got?
Rogan, so whatever he says to do, I will do.
Did you guys
Did you
follow
see the
the?
death wishes he got for taking ivermectin?
Did you guys follow the fake story about Oklahoma hospitals being overwhelmed with
Yes.
ivermectin overdoses?
Yeah.
Right, and isn't it
Fake
funny that
stories.
long after that was proven to be bullshit, they all still, like, in the media and stuff,
Yeah.
still throw out
Avoid
that
it.
shit. They still throw out dewormer and all. God, it drives me nuts. I gotta tell you, it's just like they're so they literally like accuse us all, their opposition, of doing everything they're actively engaged in. They literally
Yeah.
that's
Well,
just
I mean-
their MO. That's what they do.
Well, didn't
They-
the
They'll smirk about it, like,
It's like
You know,
saying
Bruce.
carrots are horse food just because horses eat carrots. It's fucking stupid.
yeah? Well, I don't know. if
Right.
it's- yeah.
well,
I
yeah,
saw a quote that basically said. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
Brain
where
fart.
are the crickets coming from? I love
It
it.
would have been a doozy.
Probably
Cricket
top
sound.
They did the
Steve
I'll mute myself when I'm
205.
not talking.
no, maybe
Nice,
not.
man.
Here's
I
a
like
brand
it.
new box of vitamin D, by the way.
All right, yeah, I've got a bunch of vitamin D. prescribed. Actually, it was
Mine's
said, "You
prescribed.
take that stuff."
I'm clinically vitamin D deficient, so I have to have 1,000 milligrams every day.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah,
1,000.
fucking mentally deficient.
Yeah.
So that's one. Why don't they just tell
You
you
deserve
1
2
gram
million
of
doses,
vitamin
dude.
D? It's 1,000 milligrams.
It sounds
is 1
better, doesn't it?
gram.
1,000.
That's right. Very important when it's 1,000.
That's
Gotta
a
say
gram, bro.
1,000 milligrams.
That's a nice gram.
1,000,000 micrograms. That's what I'm taking.
What is it? 10 centigrams?
Microdosing somebody?
Senta,
You leaving cup of tea?
is that 100? I think it's 100.
Is anybody
All right.
watching the Evander Holyfield event by any chance?
What?
What is it?
Evander Holyfield's fighting. He came out.
Come on.
recently. I just heard about it tonight.
How
I haven't
fucking
on,
old is
actually.
he?
I know.
Is
It's
he,
like,
Gonna fight
what?
Mike
Are
Tyson?
you allowed to bring wheelchairs into the rings?
Well,
You know who else
Tyson
is
just
fighting
fought.
Tito Jackson and Anderson Silva.
Ooh.
Or
Yeah.
Tito Ortiz.
Tito
Tito Ortiz.
Yeah,
If you know anything
versus
about
each
MMA.
other?
Yeah, they're like MMA legends. I think they're boxing.
No, I know both
I
of
think
them
they're
very
boxing.
well.
Yeah,
Anderson
I think-
Silva's going to destroy him, dude.
I know. I'm excited to see that. I can't. That's the only thing I care about is that Tito and
Holyfield?
Anderson.
You think
Oh.
he's gonna?
One of my favorite fighters of all time in his prime ever was Anderson Silva.
Oh yeah, me too, man. He was
He
great.
front
was a
kicked.
legend.
He front kicked Shogun. I think it was Shogun. He front kicked him like straight up the middle with his foot, kicked him right in the fucking middle.
I
of
know
the
exactly
face.
what you're talking about. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Knocked him like, oh man, onto the other side of the
Yep.
tracks, dude. It was unbelievable.
That was like a goal. It's funny. I say it's a golden age UFC because I was really into it back then, and then got out of it, and I've been getting back into it recently. And I don't know like any of these new fighters or anything. So
Right.
when I look back at that, it's like I love all those old fighters.
Oh yeah.
So, do you watch MMA, Steve?
Oh yeah.
I don't want to turn this into a thing, but have you seen this new guy coming up, Patty the Batty? Have you seen him?
No.
I just
Oh,
saw
look into him, dude. His name's Patty the Batty. And he's
Irish?
like this. Yeah. Well, I think he's Welsh.
Okay.
But he, a lot of people compare him to Conor McGregor, but he's not like Conor McGregor. He's
If he's
got a lot
called
more
Paddy,
sense.
he's got to be fucking Irish. He's got to
Right.
be Irish. Called Paddy.
Paddy.
I don't
Cousin
think he
Paddy.
is. I could be wrong, but check him out. He's hilarious. Like this, he looks like he's got like baby face. He looks like a little kid, but he's badass. And when he wins, he runs out into the crowd and like jumps out there and starts hugging everybody and shit, and
I
crowd
love it.
surfs and shit. Dude
Cool.
is nuts.
I saw a video of Tyson Fury getting knocked out, and he got back up and started fighting again the other day.
Tyson Fury. Yeah, it's
Tyson
funny. The
Fury,
boxer that just boxed on here, on the Evander Holyfield event, challenged him to a fight. Tyson Fury.
Huh.
He's a legend. He got knocked out, got up at the 9th second.
Yeah, got up and then drew that fight, and then he won the next fight.
Oh man,
I
I'm gonna have
think you
to
got to
look
be
that up.
talking about that. Who was that? I can't remember the guy's name he fought. The huge. It was one of the biggest purses in the history of boxing, and I can't remember the other guy's name. Black dude.
Was it David Hay?
No.
No.
Yeah. I've fallen off the boxing, man, ever since the heyday.
Oh yeah, forget
MMA.
boxing. I don't give a shit.
MMA has replaced boxing for me.
Dude, MMA has replaced all sports as far as I'm concerned. I feel like MMA is like the most purest
The old
form of
ultra-violence,
competition,
yes.
and it's just like it's got it all. It's got everything. You got to have
It is
endurance.
good.
You got to have athleticism. You got to be smart. It's got it all. That's great. I love it.
He's from Liverpool, Drone Tech.
Who is?
Really?
Paddy. He's
Patty
from
the Batty?
Liverpool.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's
He's
right.
from
Now
Liverpool,
you're saying
and
that, I
apparently
remember.
he's
Okay.
got these Scottish descendants. Apparently, so that makes no fucking sense at all to be called Paddy.
He's awesome.
Scotland, but yeah.
I'm telling you
Whatever.
right now. I'm telling you right now. There's a video on YouTube called "Meet Patty the Batty." If you look that up and watch it, you'll love him.
What is he? More of the boxer or the grappler?
No, he's a stand-up. Well, he can do both. He's a stand-up guy. He's finished a lot of fights and submissions, but he's I think a lot of his fights are finished that way. But he can stand up. He's amazing, dude. He's great. He's the next big thing. I'm telling you right now. Patty the Batty.
Cypher, you were
Next thing.
talking about Deontay Wilder, I think.
He
Deontay
just
Wilder.
debuted in the UFC last weekend.
Wilder.
and he
Yeah,
won, so.
yeah. That's
All
what
right.
I'm talking about. It's Wilder.
Definitely
Yeah.
check it.
And they had to postpone their
Fuck him
third
up next
fight.
time.
Yeah,
Tyson's
they had
gonna
to poke.
fuck him up in the third fight.
I hope so. I'd love to watch him fight, man. Yeah, he's a Mancunian. He is.
What does
He's a
that
gypsy
mean?
as well.
Manchester. That's a person from Manchester is a
A
Mancunian.
mank.
A Manc.
Right.
Oh yeah, and the other thing, this guy's last name is Pimblett, so it's Patty the Batty Pimblett. Right.
He looks like
notorious
he looks
Pimblett.
like the kid from the Inbetweeners, the British Inbetweeners.
Not familiar.
He's cool. He's cool as shit. I love him. He's got it all. He's skilled and he's got the personality, which is.
Yeah, my favorite.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say of my favorites back in the day. Anderson Silver I already mentioned. Some of those early Crow Cop fights when he knocked guys out with the right roundhouse leg kick.
Oh yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah. Dude.
You know,
Yeah, there's so many
See, I
greats
still
like
prefer boxing.
Stephen Bonner. Like I really got into it with the Ultimate Fighter, the first season, and like Stephen Bonner and Forrest Griffin and all those guys.
which one of
Rampage
those two fought Anderson Silver and got absolutely showed up? I think it was Forrest Griffin.
Forrest Griffin did.
He fought Anderson early on, and Anderson did his whole like hands by his side, and Forrest threw a big, huge right and missed, and Anderson just popped him in the chin and dropped his ass, dude. Like the dude was coming forward full stride and just fell to the ground like a fucking bag of wet liver. It was awesome.
Forrest Griffin's a badass motherfucker, though.
I
He is.
like the UFC when it was like 5 fights in a night and you had to survive all 5 to get through the end.
That was old school, man.
1990s. Yeah,
I liked it when it was that age, that era. I did.
that was crazy. Tank
I watched
Abbott.
it as a kid back then too.
Any
Rod
injury you got in the
Severn.
first fight, you had to carry through to the last. It was fucking horrendous.
Right. Ken
Yeah.
Shamrock, yeah.
Yeah.
Punching the balls and everything.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
oh,
wasn't, there,
Shamrock. Fucking love Shamrock, man.
wasn't
I
there
love
somebody?
him and Tito
That's
as well.
right. They could
I
do
love the-
anything except gouge eyes, I think.
Right.
Oh yeah. Back in the day, yeah, you could do like anything. But yeah, Tito Ortiz and who's going to be on this event tonight, by the way, and Shamrock, their rivalry was entertaining.
It was good.
But
Yep.
you always knew that Shamrock was out of his league. Like it always bugged me. He talks so much shit. It's like, dude, Tito's gonna just like wipe the floor with you, and he always
We got a sidebar backstage boxing. Hey man,
saw that.
is
he's cool.
chiming in. Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
I have. He's cool. He's been here.
Very nice.
I like him.
If you guys want to watch that, I can actually stream this in my Discord if you want to watch it. I'm just putting it out there.
Really?
Yeah.
Good. That sounds good. Yeah.
I watched a YouTube video real recently that was fights that were finished with kicks, and it showed people just exploding people's legs with low leg kicks, high leg kicks.
I know.
Just breaking ribs. Of course, knocking them out by hitting them in the up in the
There
area.
was
People out there.
There was an amazing kick, but not maybe 3-4 years ago, where the kid fucking jumped 1 foot on the fence and then throws a wicked roundhouse kick and hits a guy in the cheek from like this bizarre like fucking move jumping off the fence. It was one of the sweetest.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
I think one of the guys had like an afro puff, like long hair thing. He might have been the one who did it. Great fighter, super athletic, but just such a cool move, man. Jumped off the fence.
That's one thing I was talking about. It's funny you mentioned that because I was talking to my wife tonight about why one of the reasons I love MMA, and you probably all agree with this, but like if you go back to old MMA, the fighting styles, it was kind of crude. It was almost like street fighting. It's refined to such a like an amazing level at this point, and they have taken. You're talking about people who grew up playing like fighting games and watching anime, and they've literally taken, and even martial arts itself, like a lot of martial arts up until MMA. Like people learn them, but they couldn't really fight with them. They're not necessarily very effective for actual confrontations with people.
Well, that was a lot of that's a lot of the thing about most martial arts. They're actually, if you look into it, they're bullshit. They're okay if you're fighting other people that are doing the same martial arts.
Exactly. But
put them
now
in street fighting, they're bullshit.
Right, but look at now. They have refined these arts down to such a level where they're doing literally like video game moves effectively and real, like spinning back fists, Superman punches. Although they don't do those a lot these days, but jumping off the fence and stuff like roundhouse. Like I've seen knockouts with roundhouse kicks and shit. Like I feel like I'm watching a Van Damme movie. Like
they've
that's
been
what's
training
really
MMA since pre-teen years, you know, and
Yeah.
they're just refining it more and more.
Right. It's amazing. It's pretty interesting to watch. Like these guys they will kick. They are killing machines, to be honest. Like these guys have taken martial arts into a whole new like. If you talk about like the original people who made up martial arts and built it up, maybe they understood and they were good at this, like these guys are. And then it was maybe lost over time, but it's coming back. Like these people can use these arts to actual effect.
Yeah,
and I just think that's really interesting.
One of the great early pioneers that let people know, first of all, that you could defend yourself in a bar with a bar stool, and then you could kick somebody in the liver in the octagon and absolutely destroy them, was Boss Rutan. He was just a great early fighter, a Dutch kickboxer, a mixed martial artist. You guys know him, Boss Rutan?
Isn't his the story that, you know, with who's the big tall, you know, guy that's over in Russia now? You know, the martial artist who's
Fedor Emelianenko?
No, the one
Fedor.
who's the movie star who made Under Siege. That one, you know, isn't he the one? The story where he choked him out and made him poop his pants.
Really?
Steven Seagal?
Steven Seagal, yeah. That's
Wasn't
Seagal.
that the
Wasn't that
American
Bass Rutan?
judo guy that did that?
I love
That choked
Seagal.
Yeah, that's Boss Rutan, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's the man. Check him out
I've watched
sometime.
I watched one of his. He's got that weird, you know, face with the nose that's sort of off to the side.
Yeah. Yeah, when you see someone with a nose like that,
something and instantly regretted it.
yeah, what'd you eat?
Jalapenos.
Oh no,
Oh no!
pickled
Now
or
you've done
raw?
it. Now you've done it.
You've got to realize this isn't a mukbang channel.
There's like a
We
dying
don't do
flight.
food fucking.
Yeah.
We just don't do it.
Right. Right.
You got
Get a
bass
ghost
in your
pepper
house,
for
Joe?
us, biscuit vapes.
Yeah,
No,
at that hour
Carolina
over there, you
Reaper.
want to have yourself a little toast with butter or something. You know?
You're gonna be shitting funny tomorrow.
Absorb the
I
booze.
had about 3 or 4.
Little blood speckles.
We don't want to know the
That's
details.
strong.
If would repay to watch your shit tomorrow. Biscuit.
Would you mind? Would you
Got an
mind
OnlyFans and
live
if it'll
streaming
sign
that?
up for that shit.
Hey,
You got an
up, buddy?
OnlyFans channel, Biscuit?
I do not.
Scat only. If it's
All right, no scat talk.
hey, Aphid.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
What's going on, dude?
You were always like my opposition when I came on these. I just wanted to say hi. I haven't heard from you much. So. Hey,
Nice
buddy.
to see
How
you
you
too,
doing?
Jonathan.
I like your background. It looks awesome.
Oh, thanks.
I like your whole setup back there. It looks really good.
Just a bunch of shit nobody else wanted.
Right.
Well, I know, but it wasn't back there the last time I was here, and you've really done a really nice job. It looks good.
It does look good. Always.
if it's quite uncomfortable in case the conversation turns to Biden. I'm getting ready to fucking dip again. If Biden's mentioned, if
no, I just
like Biden. Are you a pro Biden guy?
Fuck no. I was just looking at his avatar earlier, and I was thinking, I can't blame somebody for, I myself would have like 2,000 other things I would think of to put as my avatar before I would put that, but I can't blame somebody.
I
can't blame
somebody. Who do you think I picked that avatar for? Out of the fucking 8 people here, who did I pick that for?
You're just jealous that your wife likes me more than she likes you.
I picked it for you because it makes you uncomfortable.
How about did anyone pick up on the little controversy from old Joey's little mask pulled down and weird face that he made today at the 9/11 memorial?
Yeah, what was that?
Commemoration in New York City, in Manhattan.
At this point, is anybody in America surprised at anything that Biden does?
I thought that was a little fucking off. I gotta say, dude, if you look behind him, Barack Obama is stone-faced, just like obviously cognizant of the level of respect needed in
I'll
this
end the
moment.
video.
And fucking Joe has got his mask down and he's making this fucking face. I mean, what is that about?
This is a big fucking deal.
I feel like everything that's happening, guys, is some sort of like giant psyop. I've never been an Alex Jones kind of guy. I've never been that. But, like,
Until now.
I'm with you, Drew.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
not explained.
Yeah, I get that.
Like, it's like
surreal
what the
feeling relatively
Yes.
regularly.
I mean,
I got that with Trump too, by the way. I thought Trump was
Well, he was
although I still like Trump.
inartful. There was no artfulness to his
It was
handling.
different. It was
the
a
heat
different
in
kind
the
of
kitchen.
surreal.
The heat in the kitchen turned up to boiling with him.
now, you
Alex
guys,
Jones was right, jaw is filling up every day. Alex
guys-
Jones has been right about too many things. It's getting,
Well,
it's getting
maybe,
beyond
but-
a fucking joke now.
let's revisit the Joe Biden face thing. So I know a lot of you guys don't like
Yeah.
Barack Obama, but he understood clearly the gravity of the situation to at least stand there, lacking of expression for whatever amount of hours that it takes to look like you understand that it's a heavy place, an important situation.
Right.
So what the fuck was Joe thinking when
I
he
didn't-
pulls his mask down and makes that face?
What was the
Does
thing?
he? It
What
was
is
kind of
it's
a.
fucking senile. He's
It was.
bored.
It's that Joker face he makes when he's like, "Ah,"
It's
and
creepy
he's like,
as fuck. Yeah.
he's like communicating with somebody, but it's a Getty picture, Getty Images. It was
Okay, now I got to go look it up.
dude, it's
Dementia's a terrible thing, Steve.
Yeah, I've
It's a
done-
terrible
yeah.
fucking thing.
I've done
like,
videos where I
does
use
he
that
not
smile that you're
underst-
talking about, so I know.
Does he not understand the gravity of the situation that he should just stand there with
He
the
did
blank
when he
stare?
He's a reanimated corpse. Like the man is like, I don't know, something weird is going on there with that.
Now, I mean, I'm not saying I think Barack Obama is a great guy or a great president. Personally, I didn't like him, but I do think he's a very intelligent person. And I do think that Biden is as well, but that possibly Biden is
He's a good
slipping a
trans
little.
right activist.
Well, I mean, have you ever
Obama.
been around
Biden
somebody
is not
his
that
age?
intelligent.
Yeah, my dad's way older than him.
Okay, well, is your dad got some goofy quirks too?
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, I mean, my mom is Biden's age, and I wouldn't want her running the country.
There you
But
go.
she's definitely
What
like if you videotaped her 24 hours a day, we would be have just been talking about what stupid stuff my mom has done. So I mean, I don't know why it surprises anybody that this guy,
Right.
is that's who they elected. That's who they wanted.
Wait,
Well,
who
if you
they
remember
or
Did
during
they
you?
actually elect
Oh,
him?
yeah.
Did they actually elect
debates,
him though?
he was the choice that
Do you guys
the
remember
majority
during
of the
the
population
debates,
chose?
Biden and Kamala were very unpopular, yet somehow.
The only people here that can say they is me and Happy Dog.
What do you mean?
Well, who
Wow.
voted for Biden? Everyone who voted for Biden, raise their
I
hand.
voted for Biden.
I voted for him.
Did you really? No, you didn't. Shut the
I
fuck
bet-
up.
Fuck off, Trouble.
I bet Topple is
You're
such
on
a,
a register that excludes you from voting. I fucking know that.
Did you ever
Apple's
pay
a
you- was there a
wonderful
choice
liar.
of was there a choice other than Biden and Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him. I don't even
Independent.
remember his name. It was ridiculous. But
Why would you waste that vote?
well, I never vote
Was
for
your wife
somebody.
looking over your shoulder? Is that what the problem was?
No, I don't
Trump.
vote
Yeah,
for.
she was.
No,
libertarian.
no. She
You're
had her
right there,
vote.
Trouble.
Her
You're
vote
right.
was way different from mine. My thing
Oh,
is,
I know.
My
Steve's
pe-
wife tells him exactly what to fucking do.
no. My
She told
thing
him who to
is,
vote for.
my thing is, people say don't throw away your vote. I vote for somebody who I back up their ideals, whether or not they're going to get 3 votes or 3 million votes.
that's
Like,
what it should be.
Correct.
I might get you.
I
I might
agree
get your
with that,
stream taken
Steve.
down doing
the only
that.
way to
Actually, I
vote.
better stop.
I mean, I may have thrown away my vote theoretically because the guy I voted for might have gotten maybe 250,000 votes, but I still put a vote towards my heart where I
Vote of
wanted it
conscience,
to go.
Yeah. Vote your
Where it
conscience.
matters to me, So
It
But
still
you-
matters because you gave a vote to somebody that wasn't
I was-
Biden or Trump.
Your heart was for a guy you didn't even know.
Guys,
No, well-
let's talk about something else.
dude, I haven't voted for a major party candidate in like maybe 3 presidential elections. It's been a really long time.
America needs
Really?
to fucking realize that red and blue aren't two opposite sides fighting each other. The
They're all
offense and
fucked.
defense, and they're fighting you. That's what
Yes.
America needs to fucking
Fucking
realize.
A. Dude, I agree with you 100%. That's true. Neither party is mine, not the jackass or the elephant.
No,
the way I see
Maybe
it
knows
is
that reference.
if everybody decided that they weren't going to waste their vote, then maybe someone else would be in power now.
That's true. Yeah,
Big
yeah.
smoke, Steve.
Well, wait, no. I mean, I thought he meant the opposite, but now I get what you're saying.
Do we have any actual Biden supporters here?
No.
I was.
David Lips looking
You're
very
from the
uncomfortable
UK
right
style.
now.
I was a Biden supporter.
What do
David
people
Lip?
in the UK think of Biden? Is it the same as here?
He hates
I
Trump.
used
That's
to
all
think
it is.
Biden was a good guy, but now he's a cunt.
He's a
Well,
cunt.
if,
Yeah, he's
if you
always
listen,
been a
if
cunt,
you
dude.
listen to the
He's always
press
been a
over
cunt.
here, Biden's
He
just
fucking
like,
he had to drop out of a presidential race because he lied about all kinds of shit and he plagiarized all this.
You see, I didn't hear about all
The
this.
guy's been a
Neil Kinnock's
huckster
speech.
forever.
He stole Neil Kinnock's speech. That's what he had to drop out for. He just plagiarized about 80% of what Neil Kinnock said in his speech. And I mean, to pick anybody you could have in British politics to plagiarize, he picked Neil Kinnock, who destroyed the Labour Party for 20 years. So I mean, it just shows exactly what Biden's like. He picked the fucking loser in this country to fucking steal his speech from and try and fucking pass it off.
Dude has never been right about fucking anything. Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. I don't understand. It just tells me that this is everything is orchestrated. I don't understand how Trump got elected in the first place.
Yeah, what it should tell you is
I don't understand how that should happen, but it will never happen again. You can guarantee that.
What it tells you is
if you
don't
believe
put Trump
that the
up
election was stolen from Trump, you've got
don't
to
put Trump up.
Well,
you've got to
I don't
believe
necessarily
that-
believe that myself. I'm just
Well, first of all, one thing
if you believe it's capable of being stolen, you have to say the same people wouldn't want Hillary in charge either. So they pick fucking anybody instead of Hillary.
Yeah,
one thing
might be right.
One thing Biden can get right is the difference between Pantene and Purell. He really knows. Sorry, I had to go there.
Hey, Fed. You voted for Biden. Do you think we're better with Biden now than we would have been with Trump? And
I think
agree that.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely the
Explain.
country need to. Because for one thing, I think that
because the press, is that why, or are you talking about?
Let him talk.
No,
Let
I
him
mean,
talk.
did I say that?
215 is on the right track. He's on the right track.
No,
Dave.
because the main reason is because the world was obviously being pushed in the opposite direction with Trump. And
how was it pushed?
The opposite direction to peace.
How was it pushed? He pushed it every day.
No. Let him talk. Let him express.
Who was pushing it?
It was he did with every word he said.
He did?
Oh yeah, he definitely divided the country into two halves and
Trump?
Didn't divide
Hold
it.
on.
And did
Hold
not.
on.
No.
I'll let you talk. Let him talk.
Go ahead and finish, and I will destroy you. But go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Like,
Go ahead with your.
you just said
destroying.
Trump divided the country. Do you
I
understand
think
that
that
Trump is a result of the damage the media and the Democrats did to this country?
That's not what I said.
beforehand?
I said Trump.
And the Republicans, too.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not even answering your own question. Trump did divide the country.
In what way?
Trump.
In what
How
way?
has
Trump
Biden- do you think
Trump
Biden
didn't
has
divide the
hold
country.
on, hold on. Before we go further, do you think Biden has divided the country?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Every politician divides the
I'll
country.
go with you then. I'll go with
Every
you and agree that
politician
Trump
divides the
divided
country, but I think
Okay.
that Trump took it to an extreme. That I mean, at least Biden tries to put a show on, like he's talking to everybody. Where
I
Trump
bring up-
he didn't skate around. He was
Can I bring up
talking to
a-
one side.
Can I bring up
Trump
a
didn't divide the
small
country.
thing
The
about?
I will
divided the
agree that
country.
Trump was like a partisan president who. So, that's fine. As long as you
He
admit that
definitely
Biden
was.
is
He
too.
was.
I'm cool with that.
Oh yeah. I'm not. I've never been in support of any politician that I can think of.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I mean,
but
it was
still
just
love
it was just
Trump.
the last
Republicans
one
fucking
was
suck, fuck all
Trump,
of them,
and
but
people,
yeah.
for the first time in my lifetime, people just were so into somebody where they were so defensive on somebody. Like me, I if I hear anybody complain about any politician, to me in my brain, I'm pretty much on board with what they're saying. But for some reason, when this Trump thing happened, there was people that just couldn't, like, once they heard that you were against him, they didn't want to hear, and they blocked out this other stuff that you had to say, whether they agreed with it, if they would actually listen to what you're saying.
That also goes both ways too, though.
I didn't say it doesn't go both ways, but there's definitely a difference. There's definitely a difference with Trump over other politicians in the past.
I saw that a lot more with 44 than I did with 45. Actually,
Really?
what you're saying, yeah.
You know about Obama?
Yeah.
I'm trying to be diplomatic.
Wait, now
Obama.
Well,
I still have
something.
44.
I still have Trump signs up here, though. I still have flags. Not me, but I mean my neighborhood.
Obama might not have been good for America, but it was good for your image.
Well, let me tell you, the only reason Obama had good.
Why was he good for the image?
Because he was cool as fuck, motherfucker.
Everybody's talking.
He was black.
I'll tell you one thing: Obama knew to keep
the one
his
thing
face.
he had going for him was something that wasn't under his control. Is that what you're saying?
No. He was a smooth motherfucker.
Let me enumerate what I don't care about. Our image.
Well, partially yes, but hold on. Let me just say, the media, when Democrats are in office, a shift happens, and there is like suddenly, like when a Republican's in, everything that happens is that administration. But when a Democrat gets in, suddenly you'll see, if you look at the news and stuff, issues are reported as like government issues generally, like very
world issues.
Right. It's not ever attributed to that president. So like Obama, that's why they like scandal-free presidency.
I can give you a perfect example.
Like they're like Obama had a scandal-free presidency. That's obviously bullshit, but like the media did not report it in that way, so they say that. It's weird. Like they create an alternate reality and then they live in that. And it's so funny that they accuse us of that. It's like,
I mean, with me, it's Obama's charisma. He's just got that.
Obama is charismatic.
You want to be his friend. He's like a cool dude.
Right.
Like,
it also helped that the media was.
I liked him. I was okay with his
gloves with him.
I mean, I liked the fact that he was married to a transsexual. I thought that was pretty progressive. I did like that.
I thought that was completely insane at first, but I questioned it now.
Karaoke with James Corbett.
I thought he was really progressive on that point. I liked him for that.
Does that insult you when they say that about Michelle?
Michael.
It makes me sick. I don't know why.
Oh man,
people
so
attack Michelle Obama.
No, really. Last Dance, does it piss you off?
It does piss me off.
No. Express,
Michelle
please.
Obama's a lovely woman.
I mean, the reactions to everything that happens, but I have a mild outrage about the subprime mortgage / financial collapse that occurred due to what the elite folk did, what the oligopolists, if you will, what they did to the society. And they really fucked the society up, the entire world economy. And that's the horse that Obama rode in on, was, elite misconduct. And I still, to this day, there were mortgage lender,
he let them all off the hook too.
Well, the horses that Biden are riding are coming from the same stable, Cypher.
The high level mortgage lending
Bush
officials did get put into prison, but none of the financial services, perpetrators, none of them served a day in jail, and they stole billions of dollars and removed money from one segment of society and took it for themselves, and they did it unlawfully. They did it illegally, immorally. It was a horror show.
Oh, they broke laws.
It was a nightmare. And I mean, I can see why Obama became president on that alone.
When you look at what the hedge funds did and what the bankers did, I mean, is it too far of a stretch that everything to do with COVID is just big pharma wanting to grab for lots of available money?
That's contemplatable.
No, I personally don't. I don't think they would engineer an entire world.
No, I wouldn't say engineer. I would say cash in on.
Well, it's entirely possible that they're trying to make money off of it. Yes, but I do think it was a naturally occurring thing that happened because people are eating fucked up shit that comes from a fucking whatever.
Well,
I don't want to go there.
Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa.
What,
Are we
bats?
ignoring the
We're
lab
about to blame the
lab
Jews,
theory?
Steve.
Yes, Steve.
Come on.
Are we ignoring completely the
Right.
lab theory on COVID?
right. Yeah. Well, they call it gain of function engineering of the virus.
Well, we're completely ignoring that. It was people eating bats in
Yeah.
Wuhan, was it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know though, but there's been a lot of studies done by like pretty smart people on these wet markets that it is not a smart place to go to sell meat and to have these carcasses in amongst crowds. It's not sanitary.
No.
I mean,
No.
come on.
No, but
No,
have you guys seen
no,
the?
so
You guys
spoiled
saw
meat,
the
no.
new article about Fauci's involvement. What's it? The
Right.
Atlantic?
Yeah, I saw that back in
Fauci's
the middle of
involvement
last
goes
year.
way back.
It's weird that some of us are so activist that we see news releases come
Yeah.
out that are not quite on the conspiracy theory level. They have some legitimacy to them. We were seeing it in the middle of last year, and all of a sudden, this year, you get into about the spring of this year, and it's like, oh my God, labs in Wuhan, it's like, this is new news. And, those of us who were activists knew about labs in Wuhan, in the middle of last year.
From the early 2000s, Fauci's been wanting mandated flu vaccines. From the early 2000s.
Well,
He's
I
also
wanna know
been involved in
how
it.
many-
The
How
coronavirus,
many
the flu.
dedicated coronavirus labs are there in the world?
I don't
God
know.
knows,
Not
too
too
many.
Do you have an answer?
One too many.
But I will
One
say
for
that
rhetorical
I don't have
or-
an answer.
Very-
I know
very
the one in
few.
Wuhan. I know the one in Wuhan was a dedicated coronavirus lab.
Do you know who set that up?
General Wu.
Michelle
Jews.
Barnier. It was set up with 70 French scientists in 2004.
Ooh, the French, even worse.
Even
Those
worse,
bastards.
Surrender Monkeys set it up.
Wait,
Well,
so
I
COVID
love
didn't
the
come
French.
from bats?
Vive la France.
The COVID did come from
Gain
bats,
of function engineered,
yes, but
possibly.
it was gain of function.
Right.
Ooh, those.
Possibly.
Another thing Alex
As a
Jones is right
layperson,
about.
I am theorizing that
Well,
this is possible.
This YouTube channel's gonna be missing next week now. Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
you think?
I don't know. I mean, what happens? I mean, it's not mine.
I
We're
think that's-
not allowed
yeah,
to
I
talk
think-
about this stuff.
I love my country. Don't you
think
it's
guys
official.
YouTube do anything
We're
to
not
it.
It's
exactly-
official now. YouTube can't do anything about it. It's official now.
Oh,
They could have done something
We're not
about it
exactly
6 months
peddling
ago.
bullshit, are
3
we?
months ago.
Smokesteve, I think officially
hope
after
you're wrong,
Thursday,
Steve,
this
you know,
is your channel now.
Top.
Yep.
But I'm not paying the bills, so I don't know.
Well, I don't think there's no bills to pay. I
That's
mean,
all the
besides StreamYard, if he keeps
Yeah,
StreamYard going,
StreamYard, $30
Well,
bucks
then
a
I'm
month.
pretty sure that you are the sole, contributor to.
You're the sole survivor.
YouTube doesn't give a
YouTube
fuck
site.
about this channel.
As
It's-
Donald Trump
well,
said,
it's
oh,
more for them to
That's
worry
up next
about.
week.
with this
Some-
conversation
something what?
tonight, it's
I'll be
definitely
right
going
back.
bye-bye. With
Nah,
having
I
a
don't
dog
give a
talking
fuck
about
about
9/11 being 9/11 was an insurance scam, basically.
Oh yeah, that was
We're
I'll
talking
stand
about
by that.
that
I'll
was
stand by that.
that was a good one.
I wasn't allowed to
And-
finish
and
because
the-
somebody
we're
put a
always saying
finger
what
up their
the
ears and went,
conspiracy
la, 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 don't want to hear, don't upset me, don't upset me.
That would be
hold on, don't
me.
do,
That
don't
was
do
you.
that.
That was you.
That's right. I'm guilty.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to revisit it all now.
No. But I'm just saying, if this goes off, you guys can follow me on my OnlyFans page. So
Okay, cool.
throw some money at me.
I already
You
did.
gotta wear the wig,
If
If
you
you've
gotta
got an
wear the wig.
OnlyFans page, I'll throw some fucking money at that thing.
Well, I mean, is your wife involved?
No.
But why the hell would we go there?
No.
You fucking what, Steve? I don't want his fucking wife involved. I just want Topple involved. Come on.
That's my
What,
happy
on his
dog.
OnlyFans page?
Fucking
I know what
E,
makes
dude.
happy.
Okay. Now I understand.
You don't understand?
No, I said now I do.
Oh, I was about to say. You against...
No, I'm not. You guys,
Sick fuck.
rainbow power. Whoop, whoop.
We're all
Rainbow
inclusive
power.
here, bro.
In all honesty, I mean, would you guys fly a rainbow flag on your house?
What a fuck.
No.
What a fuck.
Many
No.
people would, but I don't
It
think any
pisses
of
me
us
off that our police are flying rainbow flags on the cars.
What, you don't like rainbows, for Christ's sake?
No,
No.
Great Britain they
It's
are?
fact that police are supposed to provide professionalism. Why are they painting the cars like clown cars? It's wrong.
Yeah, that's weird.
because if the clown cars are attacked, they can mark it down as a hate crime. That's why they've got the cars
don't give a
painted in
fuck.
rainbows.
The cars
I
are
could care
supposed to promote professionalism.
44
who
lit up.
cares?
44 lit up the White House in rainbows. You know, one of
Yeah,
the
but
I
that's
don't know
not
what.
permanent. It doesn't cost a lot, does it?
Yeah, no, but it's
It's a
still
bit
very
of software.
symbolic. You know, it's a bit much. You know,
Doesn't bother me one bit. Who cares?
yeah.
When they're paying like what millions to paint every car rainbow, fuck that.
They're really doing that.
They've done it.
Who?
The government have painted all our police cars rainbow.
Are they
Half
really?
the car is rainbow.
How much to
For-
do it?
For like
Well,
what?
it's millions to paint every police car in the country.
They're not everyone, but there's a fair percentage of them done
For
with
what?
rainbow flags.
For gay people?
For gay people
Yeah, for
and
pride.
trans and
What?
that. Yeah.
Are you serious?
No,
So if, if somebody wait, hold on.
Yeah.
If somebody stabs you at your house and you call whatever stupid digits you weirdos,
they come
type,
in a clown car
999.
painted in
and they
rainbow.
come with a police car that's painted in rainbow colors to promote.
No,
gay
they'll
people?
not. They'll not come to your house if you're stabbed. They'll come to your house if you tweet something offensive. They'll not come to your house if you're stabbed.
So basically,
That's horrible.
they decided not to go with a $1 sticker and to go with the like $500
Oh yeah,
paint
they went
job.
whole hog and
Right.
half the frigging car is now rainbow.
No
Oh,
offense, but we
flowers
got
and
these
shit.
stupid fucks that think that everything's so bad here in America, and you guys got rainbow colored police cars coming to your
Yeah,
house. I mean, come on.
What the fuck?
Steve, Steve 2.1.5. Once again, your fly is down.
If it does actually make
Thankfully, I
shut
was
the
looking
fuck
off
up.
in the distance when that happened. You know,
At
that's
this
good.
point, that's how we know it's who it is.
You
Right.
gotta let it breathe. It's hot out here.
even,
Gotta let the stank out.
even little spuds, little
Stink.
spud growths need to
Little stank
breathe every
ass you.
once in a while.
Gotta let the stank out.
You can find out if you pay to see my OnlyFans page.
Gnarly dude.
I told you, I've been a fan from your only page since '97.
Oh
Big
god.
of the devil.
How about this? I walked away, but would you
Surreal
ever fly
world.
a "We support police" flag in front of your house?
I wouldn't support.
Oh hell yeah!
No,
I
not
wouldn't.
anymore.
I wouldn't.
Hell
fly
yeah.
anything.
Well, it puts a mark on your house, though.
I think our
It's not
condo
because of
rules
that.
and regulations don't let me do that. But if I were
I
allowed
gotta be
to-
honest.
That's
I used to be that
interesting,
kind of guy.
because
but-
I'm all for the police, but
No
now
more.
that they're political, I think fuck you. Why should I? Why should I support you if you're political? You're supposed to be completely impartial. You're supposed to be there to protect society, but now you're actually saying that not only the gay rights are important, but it's not just that, it's the far extreme of trans rights are important above the rights of gays.
Oh.
You've got to embrace the full gambit of the rainbow flag. That men are women and women are men and children.
Oh my god.
No, I mean to me.
So
it's just like-
I wouldn't fly that flag now.
That's a
Steve.
cop car.
That's a cop
Steve.
car?
That looks like a.
That's a
Yeah,
Yeah,
got
Steve. So are
stars on
you
it
pro
even.
police?
Me?
No, not you. The other Steve.
What's that?
He's
Are
top.
you pro police?
He
Yeah.
compulsively
yeah,
lies,
yeah,
so it's
yeah.
hard
Well,
to.
so I'm not anti-police, but like,
Yeah.
how far? Like, I stop at the thin blue line thing, and I actually have a lot of scrutiny for police. I do support them. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
But
I've been slammed to the
I've seen-
ground. So
Okay,
I've
Yeah,
been,
like,
I've
I-
been through the system.
you're
always been
familiar.
spared. They've
Well,
always
I-
spared me.
Well, I have a pretty crazy story I can tell you.
That's what
Actually,
we
I
used to
got
like.
wrongly accused of an Arby's robbery, and I don't hate cops because of
Did
this.
you sit in jail for it?
No, I did sit in jail, and
How
I had
many
to
days?
fight the charges. I had to
Was
fight
it,
3
the
felony charges.
Yeah.
Special
Which
sauce. That
My
drove
parents
you to
didn't
it?
have money to do, but they did, and they eventually dropped it to distributing the peace. Which, let me tell you, I had nothing to do with anything. I did not do anything, but I
You're
had
on
to.
sex offender.
I'm
Nailed on
completely
sex
innocent.
offender,
I'm a
he's
victim.
fucking lying.
All right, let me tell you. I'll just tell you quickly. I took a friend of mine. I had a BB gun in the back of my seat that I was taking over to buddies.
Here
and
we
I
go.
just happened to pick
Gun.
up a friend. No, look, but we were just doing that at the time. It was funny. It was just a thing.
There
we
was
were
a
doing.
13-year-old girl in the car.
Shooting,
Yeah.
shooting cans and shit. At each
More
other's
details.
houses. No, look. Let me tell you this story real quick.
Okay.
So we were into shooting cans with BB guns at the time, and like we would go back and forth to each other's houses and hang out. So this night I was taking my BB gun over to my friend's house, and I was picking up another friend. I picked up this friend. He told me to go through Arby's because his girlfriend works there. He was hungry when he gets food or whatever. He was drunk. I could tell that when I picked him up. Although I did not drink. I never touched anything at this point. I was a clean cut guy at this point. And picked him up, took him over there, and literally like when we're picking up our food, he pulls my BB gun like while I'm paying for it and like points at her. He's like, give me all your money, like jokingly. And I'm like, look over. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, kind of thing. I'm like, what are you doing? And I'm like, his girlfriend's working there, so I assume they know it's a joke, right? I'm like, they know. So we pay for our food and we leave. Well, that night I'm driving home, and I get pulled over, and I had like people with me, and we get pulled over by like every cop in the freaking area. It must have been like 20 cops. They pulled me out at gunpoint, like and shit, and I had no idea what was going on, mind you. Okay, I'm like. I wasn't even thinking about earlier. So I'm like, well, this is some kind of joke. I'm like, somebody like phoned in my car as a joke or something. I kept telling the cops that. I'm like,
getting
no,
swatted.
you guys, I'm like, you guys are being like tricked here or something. But like,
Deep
I'm sitting in the
throat,
back of the cruiser and like all of this came back to me. And I'm like, oh, I see what's happening now. Anyway, long story short, they thought I was actually like, I was like,
the
that
wheel
kid's
man.
the one. That guy's the one that had the BB gun. I'm just like a victim who was like had him in my car, you know what I mean?
Accomplice.
But you're accomplished, though.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that's how.
So
it
what
went.
did
Anyway,
you did you get a felony or no?
No, I pled guilty to a disturbing the peace, which I should never have done because this shit has followed me my whole life, unfortunately. Even the original charges.
So
I should never have pled guilty to that. But anyway.
So that's what gives you the bad taste? In your mouth?
It's not.
No.
It's not necessarily. But I have always been pro cop, but then I've watched like First and Second Amendment.
Wow, look at you, anti-cop now.
No, he's not
First and
anti-cop.
Second Amendment audits. Have you guys seen those?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. One of the
I'm
best
not
is
anti-cop, but I think they
Sovereign
definitely need
citizen.
scrutiny.
no, the best one I think is audit the audit.
Yeah, I like a lot of them. I like there's a lot of good California ones like
Are you familiar with Audit the Audit? The guy,
I know Audit the Audit, yeah, and
you don't like him. I get a vibe. You don't like
it all evolved out of the smartphones, camera and video capabilities, which actually did expose misbehaviors. I'm not necessarily disparaging that. There were some good things that came out of it.
That's why I always said that the Black Lives Matter movement wasn't totally wrong, but like them making it racial actually helped like any corruption that was going on because it split up opposition to what they were doing.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a dicey movement there.
When a guy's making in some rural county in East Bumfuck, he's making 40 or 50 grand a year, and he's trying to keep the town safe, and some guy jumps out either faking or actually having a gun, but you don't know if you're about to get your head blown off, and he fucking starts shooting. I mean, how can you blame these guys? They're sorely underpaid, and they're under a ton of pressure. It sucks, man.
It's like two separate issues. It's like that I totally understand, and like there's so many shootings that the media, it's so funny, the shootings the media chooses to like focus on, they always ignore the details because to fit whatever narrative
one where
they're trying
that
to push.
girl tried stabbing the other girl and the cop shoots her.
Oh, with the knife? With the knife?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, perfect. That dude,
and LeBron.
You realize that happened like 10 minutes from where I live? It happened right down the street from
really?
where I live. Yeah.
Right.
It happened right down the road. So like, yeah, that was crazy. It's like yeah, that's a great example though. And Jacob Blake is another great example. Like this motherfucker had a knife on video. Like you can literally look on Google. There's pictures where you can see the knife in his hand.
Yeah,
he had sexually assaulted somebody. and then fought the cops as he tried to kidnap children in his car. They shot him, and riots ensued because the media did not want to add these details. You know, and so we see this over and over.
And that's why every time there's a shooting,
shameful. It's
police
shameful,
release
you know.
videos these days so quickly.
That's right, they do. It's proactive, getting out ahead of the.
And it doesn't matter sometimes. It doesn't matter sometimes.
We
the
have
truth
a county.
of the matter. Look, the truth of the matter is that there are lots of great cops, but there are also a lot of cops who. It's like there's this experiment done where they put people in charge of like a prison, fake prison, people who were not actual prisoners, but that it was like a play thing. And I can't remember what the name of it was. You guys probably know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I think that's basically what's happening with a lot of these police. They look at people like they're the enemy, like everyday people, and I think that is a problem. But I just don't think that it's a racial thing because obviously it affects everybody. Anyway,
I mean the girl that tried stabbing the other girl and got shot. That officer was 100% in the right. He saved the other girl. But like on the other hand, Derek Chauvin, he 100% deserved getting sent down for what he did.
Why?
Oh,
whoa!
Drone tech.
Whoa!
Get at him, dude.
what did you just say, Derek Chauvin?
Yeah,
Derek
he said he
Chauvin
100%
getting sent down for what he did.
I gotta tell you,
100%?
like that's such. I gotta say the Derek Chauvin thing is like weird because it's like a perfect storm of gray area. Because look,
how though? He was there for 15 minutes on his neck. If he
wasn't
followed
on his
procedure,
neck for the whole
he
time,
should
he
have
was on
been.
his
He should have.
shoulder.
It was in cuffs already.
Here,
He should have been.
So it wasn't in cuffs.
Biscuit Vapes, let me just put it this way. So George
Did you
Floyd
actually-
should have died a couple of years ago when he invaded a home and then took one of the owners hostage.
Yeah, that's
at
that.
gunpoint.
I'm not
He
on
should have
about-
died then.
That's
Okay,
not
he should have died then. He didn't somehow.
Did
Not
anybody
good
see the
argument. Not good
video of
argument.
George
Fuck
Floyd?
him. I don't give a fuck about
I
George
don't
Floyd.
care about George
Whoa.
Floyd either. But
Did
what I'm
anybody
saying
see
is
the
that
video
Derek
of George
Chauvin
Derek
Floyd?
Chauvin
wouldn't
did
have done that
society
to
a favor as far as I'm
anybody.
concerned.
Did anybody
Derek
see
Chauvin-
the
what
video
Derek
of George
Chauvin did
Floyd
was
getting
still
arrested
wrong.
in
If George
2019?
Floyd was white, I'd say the same thing, by the way, or any color.
Did anybody
It
see
doesn't-
the video
Derek-
of George Floyd getting arrested in 2019?
Yeah, he
What
he
do I
was
care if
you
he
know,
got
Where he
arrested?
swallowed
I
for his
think-
mother
the
then,
dope he
too.
had on him. And
It was
behaved
because
in
he was
exactly
crying
It
the
for
doesn't
his
same
matter
mother.
way.
who was
in
under his knee.
2019.
He
I
still
think
did
Derek
what he
Chauvin is
did.
guilty.
Did
Yeah.
you see the body cam
Manslaughter.
footage?
Malpractice, maybe, or something like he did not
manslaughter.
do.
I mean, if you go that way,
I don't think he
Third
meant to
degree.
kill him. I
following
don't think he meant to
procedure.
kill him.
He was following official procedure. That's what he was
I
supposed
don't
to
think
do.
he meant to kill him. I
No,
think
it's
he
not.
was convenient.
But he didn't kill him.
scapegoat.
That's the fact. He
He
didn't
did kill
kill
him.
him.
He did kill him.
The
But
drugs
you-
killed him.
He did.
The drugs that,
But
that
George Floyd killed
injected
himself.
Killed him.
George Floyd has been trying to kill himself for a long time.
But Biscuit,
I agree
you
with
think
that. I agree with that 100%. But what Derek Chauvin did would have killed someone else anyway.
What wouldn't?
Well, has
No, that's
did Derek
bullshit.
Chauvin kill anybody else?
Absolute
No.
bullshit.
He killed a fucking psycho who's been trying to kill himself
I
for a long
agree.
time.
I agree,
Like,
but he
who
shouldn't
gives
have
a
been.
shit? George Floyd was a piece of shit. People
But,
put up
I mean,
murals for this
I mean,
motherfucker.
I agree
In all
with that,
fairness,
but
that guy
I should
didn't.
do a live stream where I
He
go
doesn't
around
make a
pissing on
good
George
stain,
Floyd
does he?
murals.
But
I would
he
do
didn't
it.
know.
I agree with that. But
Chauvin
what,
didn't kill
what,
Floyd. Floyd killed Floyd.
I mean,
The
what
amount
if?
of
What if?
fentanyl-
I don't agree
The
with
amount
that.
of
Biscuit.
fentanyl
Let me know.
Floyd
What's
had
up?
in his
What's
system.
up,
Floyd
FTW?
killed
For the
Floyd.
win.
My boy.
Biscuit,
my
so you
moderator.
agree with 100% that all the charges that were brought against that he was found guilty. That's 100%. That's how you feel it should went
I
down.
think that him kneeling on the guy's neck, irrespective of who he was.
Well, do you
he's-
know the difference
he's
between
still-
third degree and second degree murder?
Yeah, maybe it could have been first.
I don't think he realized he was killing the guy, and it wasn't on his neck. His knee was not on his neck. They established that. It was on his
Yeah,
shoulder.
but they also
AFAG, jump
said
in,
that
AFAG.
when you're in that position with your arms behind your back,
Fuck him. He put himself in that position.
he did. But irrespective of it being George Floyd, if
I don't
it was anybody
I get
else,
what you're-
it was still murder.
Right.
Look,
no,
look,
no.
look,
I don't
look,
think murder.
killed
I think
himself.
malpractice or some
No.
sort of
No,
like.
it's not. You know,
No.
it's
Well,
interesting
he's
that
not a
I don't
doctor.
even
it's
think
interesting
that's
that Derek
malpractice.
Chauvin didn't bring any of this up at his trial as a defense.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah, because it's nonsense. That's why he was all. He
I mean,
did stand on his neck.
So what do we?
He had no.
No,
He
No, he
he
wasn't on
couldn't
his neck.
answer why
He
because
wasn't on his neck.
He was on his neck. He was on his neck.
He was on his neck.
He was on
There's
his
plenty
neck,
of video
not on
that
his
proved
shoulder.
he was fucking nowhere near his neck. He was on his shoulder.
He was not on his neck.
I
There's
saw the
no
video. He was on his
autopsy.
neck.
There's no
last
autopsy.
time,
No, you're wrong. There isn't.
You're absolutely
There's proof.
wrong.
There's video proof he was on his shoulder, and there's zero autopsy proof that he was on his neck. So there you go.
But are we just
He
going
died
to
of a fentanyl
Wait, hold on.
overdose.
Are we just saying
he
we're going
died
to give
of asphyxiation due to opioid overdose? That's
Are we
what he
gonna
died of.
Are we gonna give carte blanche to just cops for just if they kill somebody? Well, hopefully
see?
it's somebody that's a piece of shit and they deserve.
But he
it.
didn't kill them.
You know what I
Not
mean?
me.
Didn't kill
Yeah, no way.
That's
I
why I
mean,
said he is
Floyd
guilty
killed
of like
Floyd.
malpractice. He's guilty of something.
Yeah, but you
like,
said you don't care. You don't care. He was a piece of shit. He should have
Fuck-
died a long
yeah,
time
fuck
ago,
George
and I
Floyd.
don't care about him.
he
Now,
fucking
that's not
held
the
a
same
gun
thing as-
to
that's
a
not the same
homeowner that he
thing as saying-
invaded. Fuck him.
That's just
God,
vigilantism.
Really.
Now, when these officers are expected to go into these places where their lives are at risk and they're under stress and tired and fucking worn out and they're not getting paid enough, can anyone blame them for making some mistakes?
Well,
Right.
As long as that mistake
absolutely.
didn't take as long as it took for that. I mean, that guy was
He's still
clearly
guilty of something.
dead.
Yeah,
He's
I-
guilty
I-
of manslaughter.
The guy's
Manslaughter.
piss
I don't
was
think
running
he's
down the
guilty of
street. He
fucking
was
anything.
dying. I mean,
No,
come on.
no,
No, I'm
Aphid,
not
you're
saying
spreading
in this
misinformation. Yeah, hold on. You're spreading
hold on.
misinformation.
I
That
guess I
nobody
saw it all
claims
wrong.
that was piss. No, Aphid,
Oh.
you're wrong.
Okay.
That was not piss. That was just from the dripping
right, well,
from
I mean-
the vehicle.
Hold on,
Regardless of
Tech's
the
going
piss-
to defend the
regardless of the
I
piss.
honestly believe
Nobody
George
claims that
Floyd
was
was
piss.
gonna die
The guy
at
wasn't
the exact
fighting
same
back.
time.
The guy
And
wasn't
what
fighting
about-
back.
Chauvin was on his
Tech,
fucking shoulder.
here's
enough.
something I want you to answer for me. What about in the 10-minute interim, right, when the other officer says he's not breathing and Derek Chauvin still refused to get off him, what then?
Yes,
Because
yes.
he had been fighting the police for the previous 10 minutes. Look,
didn't seem-
I'm not
he
saying
was-
that he made the right
He was
choices. I'm
dead.
not saying that.
The officer said he was dead, and he still didn't get off for the 4
Wait.
minutes until the paramedics got him off.
Nobody said he was
That's
dead.
bullshit. That.
Yes, they did. The officer said
Absolute
on
bullshit.
video.
No.
I
I don't
watched the
remember
trial.
that.
The
You're
officer
gonna
You're gonna have
said
to
he's
prove
not
it. I
breathing.
don't remember that. I was
Absolute
pretty
bullshit.
familiar with all this shit. I don't remember that.
Not
I watched the
breathing
whole
means
trial.
dead, right?
I don't know anybody
The
who
officer said
can
he's
live
not
very long
breathing.
without breathing.
Look, I will say this. I would not have done what Derek Chauvin did.
Who did we lose?
But I don't know. It's so
Oh,
hard. Like, you're not in that situation. You're not, like, you got to take all these things into account. The fact the person he was dealing with is a known fucking psychotic. Like,
Correct.
a murderous psychotic.
That doesn't mean he
Correct.
has supernatural powers that, even with handcuffs on, he's a murderous psychotic.
Well,
He was
But hold on.
subdued and basically
wasn't subdued.
immobile at
Fly
that point.
flat around me, like, really slow.
He,
everywhere.
he only fought for like a minute or two before he was on the
Fuck
ground.
off.
And after that, he couldn't
Bullshit.
move.
No, I saw video.
Bullshit.
He was
You're talking out your
he
arse.
was
but
being
didn't.
he was
That's
being
bullshit.
Even
resisting and he was
Yeah,
scuffling with
if
himself.
you watch the video
for a
of the
long
cops who
time.
were arresting his friends, sorry to
Yeah,
talk
and
over you, Sasha.
I saw that
I
he
don't
was.
care if he was
resisting for a
fighting
minute.
for
If you
5
watch the
hours.
body cam footage,
No, but
the
I
police were fucking.
No, I'm on
very,
about from the
shouldn't
moment
have
he
been on
was
his
on the
shouldn't
floor.
have been on his
he
head.
was
and
No,
really
really
before
were
that,
doing
before that, if you watch the body cam footage, the police were really fucking nice. They were really fucking.
Tito's about to
Like-
fight. Tito Ortiz is about to fight.
There was no fight involved. They were trying to put him in the back of the car. Floyd was saying he couldn't breathe before they even laid hands on him. That's the fucking problem. They tried to get him to sit in the back of the car, but he was saying, I can't breathe, take it to the floor instead.
Yeah, he was
Now, if
saying
you
that
follow-
before.
if you
Yeah,
follow-
but what I'm saying is, it
If
was
you
on the
oh,
floor for 2 or
Biscuit,
3,
shut
1
the
or
fuck
2
up.
minutes.
I'm talking. Shut the fuck up.
Fuck
I will
George
not.
Floyd.
If you follow the police
I
department
will not.
I give a
guidelines,
fuck about George Floyd.
he actually did what he was supposed to do. And
Somebody
actually
should have-
subduing him. That's what he was taught to do. That's what he was told to do.
Wrong.
But then
Well,
his
not-
captain
not
come
wrong.
on.
Not thought to keep him on his chest for 15
It's not. No, he was
minutes.
taught to put his knee across his shoulder, which is what he did.
He was not. He was taught to put him on.
See,
That procedure was only allowed while you put the cuffs on him, and then you're
No,
supposed to sit them the
No,
fuck
you're
up.
wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
It's not. You're wrong.
The procedure was explained in court, and it wasn't that.
No.
His
It might have
superiors
been-
testified against him in court.
It might have been put by the prosecution, but it wasn't backed up in fact. That was official procedure, what he did.
The person that trained him said that he wasn't taught to do that.
I got to tell you, Happy Dog, you should have been his defense attorney.
I gotta say, it what no like there
And,
was a lot of
and
people that
anyway,
backed up
by
what
the
he
way,
did
I
too,
am
by
not
the way.
defending George Floyd in any way whatsoever.
No, he's a
I
piece
am,
of shit.
I am
Nobody's
just
arguing.
saying that Derek Chauvin did the wrong thing.
But he didn't kill him.
He
George
did.
Floyd killed George Floyd by the fentanyl.
No, he didn't.
Definitely, 100%.
By drugs. That's what he's saying. Yeah, drugs.
The amount of
Not
drugs in his
just drugs,
system was
but
not
his
enough to kill him.
actions. His
Fuck
fucking
off.
actions.
7 milligrams of fentanyl is a lethal ingestion.
The autopsy
Regardless of who
indicated
you
a
are.
drug overdose.
He was going to die of a drug overdose
Exaggerated by
at the
being
same
melted.
time as he fucking died anyway.
Charge the cop with something, but like, damn, the way they're acting like George Floyd is just this huge victim of bullshit.
Well, they're
The
painting him
cop
like
is
a
guilty of something. You know, I'm not exactly sure what that is, but like, what was he found guilty of? Second degree murder.
second degree murder.
Yeah.
Second-degree
So
murder.
like, that's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
That's such
It is.
bullshit. It's like he's just a martyr, like, or not a martyr, but like, a scapegoat. It's bullshit. Like, it's so much, but I don't know. That's just our society right now. Oh man, Anderson Silva's about to fight Tito Ortiz. This is crazy. I can't believe about the.
You paid for it, or is it on
He
YouTube?
got even
right
more.
now.
He got even
I have
more
a
time
hearing
because he
aid,
did
to
it
be
in
honest
front
with
of children as well.
What do you have?
Like, that makes a fucking difference.
Oh, of course it does.
Does
You're going to scar a child's fucking rest of a
off.
child's life.
It's either a crime or it isn't a crime. It doesn't matter who sees the fucking crime.
It
That's
makes it
fucking
worse if
childish
you scar a
nonsense.
child's rest of a child's life. That
Fuck
child's
off.
never going to trust police for the rest of her life.
No, the press is going to make.
That is fucking bullshit, Biscuit. If I walk up and shoot you, I've murdered you. Doesn't make a difference who fucking watches it.
And you
Fuck yeah,
torture
Tito.
and
I love
shoot me
you,
in front
Tito.
of my
You're
child. That's even worse.
Is it fuck? It doesn't make any fucking difference.
It does because you've tortured my
How?
child.
How does it make a fucking difference who sees it?
It does. That's two crimes, not just one.
Oh, get fucked. That's fucking bullshit.
Aggravating circumstances.
Fuck off. Oh, I'm offended that you did that. That makes it worse. Bullshit. It's either a fucking crime or it's not a crime. Doesn't matter who fucking saw the crime.
It does.
That's fucking ridiculous.
I'd rather debate the idiocy of the ensuing, social justice movement that, burnt, entire segments of towns, and the, as a supposed justification for protesting.
Yeah, but we would all agree on that right now because Ape had left.
Our choice.
Yeah, that's my beef. One asshole sat, knelt on another asshole's neck and contributed to his death.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about what happened December 6th.
January 6th?
January 6th, sorry, yeah. We're not talking about what happened that summer.
I saw an interesting tweet today.
That's how some people love to do it,
An interesting tweet today from a woman who had ESQ behind her name, which, as many of you would know, means she's a certified lawyer.
Yeah.
Said that she thought that January 6th was far worse than 9/11 ever was, and that
because zero people were killed.
What kind of psychos believe that?
I love the hyperbole. I fucking
People
love it.
do what they do, just blow it off. Oh,
I had to. I had a tweet like 2 paragraphs long, and I was like, "Fuck it! I don't tweet at people like this. I'll walk to the beach and look at the ocean instead
They're
of
clout
talking."
chasing. That's what they're doing.
Dude, but she had a lot of people who were on responding to her. I did read some of her people, and they were all like, "I've been thinking this for months. Thank God you finally said it."
Delete that message, please. That involves my daughter's name.
What?
Not sure what you just said.
I said delete that message. It has my daughter's name in it.
Which one? Where? Who? No.
The bottom one. The last message.
Oh, it's not up here.
The cup of tea one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everybody doing that cup of tea. That ain't right.
No, that's not acceptable.
So January 6th was worse than 9/11.
You
That's
know how
what
you could,
she was stating.
What message
Right.
fucking has your
Because
daughter's name in there?
9/11 killed
Yeah.
3,000 people and 6 killed nobody. So therefore, 6 is much worse than 9/11.
Well,
by,
6
by
killed
the-
Ashley Babbitt, unarmed Ashley Babbitt.
Well,
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
some of the
media and
protesters were
Capitol
killed.
Police lied about a police officer being killed.
Yeah.
They lied about that, and then they lied about like 4 other people being killed there, which didn't happen.
Well,
These motherfuckers lie so fucking much, and then don't listen to Fox News. Not that I'm a Fox News fan, but they say don't listen to anything that doesn't say what we're saying. They're, domestic terrorists.
If you're still here, I'll be back. I got to feed the cats.
Okay.
Well, I heard 5 died after a couple days after, and then I found out the one was the cop, Ashley Babbitt, and then the 3 were like heart attacks.
Yeah.
Had nothing to do with it.
Right.
Nothing
What's up
right.
with that though?
They were in
What
bad
is up
shape.
with
They
that?
shouldn't have
They
been
just said
targeted.
he
Suicides of
died.
the police. What's up with the suicides of the police who were involved in the shooting of Ashley
Oh,
Babbitt,
and then,
who were with
that
that cop? What's up with that? Like, there's a lot of really weird shit around all that. I gotta say.
Well,
Like,
it's just-
think about the years of riot. At least the 1 year of riots that we dealt with, or riot cop. And I gotta say, like, Democrat protests always involve fighting riot cops. So, like, where's all the suicides in those? Like, it's just really weird. Like that's like boilerplate stuff for a left-wing Democrat protest, right? Fighting, but the one time it happens with a right-wing protest, suddenly they're like trying to attribute all these deaths to it. It's just so like
it's just how the
transparently
press is.
bullshit.
It's,
Clearly.
I nearly choked on my own piss when I heard the copper describe Ashley Babbitt as a fucking terrorist, basically.
You're
And he
drinking
did the
your own
world-
piss?
He did the world a favor by taking her out because he was in such fucking danger from her.
They're the
That
fucking
was just
baddies.
fucking
They're gonna
disgraceful,
end
that.
like the baddies.
That was fucking disgraceful.
Now, do you guys think that she was completely in her right to be climbing through that window at that
No,
moment?
but she
She
was
had no
trespassing
right.
at the very worst.
But
She deserved to die for that. She's unarmed, trespassing. Like,
I don't think he had. He might have had the right, but he certainly
No.
shouldn't have shot her.
Bullshit.
I don't know.
did you guys see the interview with that guy? He's a fucking he seems like he's on the spectrum, to be honest with you. The guy seems a little weird to me.
You know, here's
Was-
the truth. These
I mean, when he
Capitol
talks
police
about,
are
he talks
pretty
like
shitty.
he shot Bin Laden. That's what he fucking talks like. It's like
He said he's a hero. Fuck him.
it's fucking
Was
no
that
way he
guy.
was a hero.
was
Like,
this the
let me
Secret
tell you,
Service?
let me ask you, when have you ever seen a cop shoot an unarmed person and then the media makes it a big story and then that cop gets on the air during an interview and says he's a hero for shooting that unarmed person? Have you ever seen that? Ever?
This is the only time.
Nope.
I do wonder why they seem to justify it so obviously. But there is a fact that, I mean, there's definitely a split here, but she was attempting to go into a secured area that did maybe have senators at least,
Well,
right?
No. So let me. I'm
Whatever
actually
happened
really
to
familiar
using
with
a
this,
range of measures? Why do you immediately shoot her in the neck?
No,
Right.
I hear you, man. I
She's-
totally
no,
hear you.
look,
She was a
and on
little
top of
woman.
that-
He could have
But
held
it was
his hand
according-
up and kept her away.
Right,
According
and
to
on
him,
top
it
of
was
that-
her fault because she turned it the angle he was shooting, so it was entirely her fault. He ended up shooting her in the neck.
Right. He walked up and was point blank and fired at her. But let me
Yeah.
tell you, that small window. So you had Ashley Babbitt crawling through this small window, and behind, like literally, like 4 feet behind her, fully geared fucking. Oh man, Tito just got knocked out. Anyway, fully geared fucking police.
I made that
Tactical-
point.
Tactical
Yeah.
SWAT right
I s-
behind her. And the argument that I've heard is that like, oh, they didn't know that like if she came through that there wouldn't be a wave of people. No, it was a small like window that's just coming through, and they were literally fully geared tactical SWAT guys right behind her.
Right.
So like
I-
that was not needed.
Point of fact, those were the ones who were the first responders. They pushed all the shit away from her body and then administered first aid. one of them had an AR-15, and he was the first one because he was literally right there in the video.
And that's another point that I tried to make is that even no matter what, this is just bad policing because you're never supposed to fire into a crossfire
He could have hit the
situation.
police.
There were
right
police
behind her.
all behind her, and
Yeah.
someone said, "Oh, he was aiming at an up angle." He wasn't. He's not that good.
He
just
literally
fired.
went point blank, dude.
Exactly.
He was like point blank. You
He
can see
could've-
it in the video.
He could have blown one of their heads off too.
Exactly.
Fuck that guy. Oh God, that pisses me off.
Was it?
It's like this level of gaslighting can only serve to bring this country to a boiling point. It's just I don't get it.
Was
But
this
I get
guy?
it, but I don't.
I'm not going to sit here, Drone Tech, and say that woman was without any blame.
No, she would have had a lot of blame.
She
But-
should not have been there.
No,
in
she
the
does
first
have
place.
blame. I'm not denying that, but like, look how it's covered compared to like.
That's my
uh,
problem.
I mean,
What's
don't you
the
think
woman
someone
who
should have a
was shot?
chance?
Who's the one that was dealing drugs out of her apartment
Taylor,
and she got
Taylor.
shot by accident?
Brendan
Yeah.
Tiana.
Say her
Rihanna.
name. Yeah, Brenda Taylor. Say her name. And like Jacob Blake, like I talked about earlier, who's a fucking total scumbag, yet the media incites riots for that motherfucker.
Right.
And it's just like, God, like, how can we exist as a country, as a united country, under this kind of assault? Is my question.
That's a good point.
Because this is
A selective.
clearly this has
select-
got to be orchestrated. This shit that's going on.
it's selective emotion, like applied to certain situations.
Right.
Whether you agree with the situation or not, it doesn't matter. But the media decides the situation.
Exactly. They decide the narrative, and that is reality.
Yeah.
If you want to put your tinfoil hat on, the American economy is like the 50 states is too big to allow globalism. If you split it up into individual states, it's a lot easier to have globalism. So it's a lot easier to get red and blue states to succeed from each other. It makes a lot more sense to split up the United States.
I have no
I'm not
doubt that
saying
this
it's
is
the
going
right
on.
thing.
We are being picked apart right now. I have no
Oh,
doubt
definitely.
Well, it's
The
Yeah, but
American economy
we've always-
is the only thing that stands in the way of globalism. The strength of the combined American economy is the only thing that stops globalism.
So what do we do?
Our state.
I don't think you can do anything, Drone Tech. I think
I know.
you're
I know.
entering into a.
It's like no matter what we do, it's fucked. Like we're fucked.
I think you're entering into a huge state of flux where you're going to end up with red and blue country. You're going to end up with however many countries succeed from each other, and then your economies are going to be whittled down. But you've got to think. You've got to think. I mean, Texas is what, the 7th or the 11th biggest economy in the world. That's just Texas alone.
It's up there.
California is
about
the
Texas
5th or the
wanting to be
7th.
their own country. They want to separate from US.
So if you split the US up into its states, it makes it a lot easier for globalism to fucking sweep across.
Ooh, excuse me.
It makes it a lot easier.
What do you think, Cypher?
I don't think it's quite that dire. You know, I don't
Really?
think that'll happen. Yeah, I don't think it'll happen.
That's because you
That's a
eat
good
blue
bet,
pill,
probably.
Cypher. You're a blue pill addict, Cypher. You need to take some fucking
Well, I
red
mean, he's
pills.
probably right though, honestly. But I don't know. I don't know.
What up with global warming? Are you guys all on board with the reduction? What up,
No.
Neil?
No. Global warming's a fucking myth put about by socialists. Change my fucking mind.
Yeah, it's communism rebranded, basically. I think.
Communism rebranded. Wow, look at you two. Two peas in a pod.
Look, that's like everything. It's like everything. We're being bombarded with all these different fear propaganda clouds that we're all supposed to just give ourselves over to
Overpopulation.
this.
Eat the bugs, peasant. Eat the fucking bugs, because
Right. It just seems like there's no escaping it at this point. Like it's a
So,
blitzkrieg.
what do you attribute the higher levels of flooding in certain areas and more severe storms?
Who says
I say that's bullshit.
You say
Everybody
just
always
normal
thinks-
climate, like climate cycles. That's how it
Yeah.
goes.
Look,
Exactly.
everybody always thinks that the time that they're living in is the worst that's ever been, and the powers that be are playing on that fear, and they're trying to make things that are completely normal seem like they're outside the bounds of normalcy. That's the situation we're in, and you see it everywhere. And so, like, I noticed this when I was a kid. Like, they'd be like, and I kind of bought into it when I was a kid. I was like kind of a leftist, but like I noticed that summer it was hot, and then suddenly the media was like, "Oh, it's really hot. That's global warming. Oh, it's really hot right now. They must be right."
No,
But
it's fucking
then
summer.
you're like, "Oh wait, it's summer. It's supposed to be hot." So like,
Right.
I feel like that's what's going on. They just make things that are normal seem like they're not normal.
I'm trying to do my best to avoid the pitfalls of feeling disenfranchised, disinherited, dispossessed. Just flip that on the other side and start embracing some of the social dynamics of the world, and all of a sudden it's less ferociously intimidating.
Can you translate
Well,
that?
yeah,
What?
because you give an ed, dude.
No,
You're
that's
like,
not
oh, I'm
giving
just
in.
gonna get into it.
I'm completing.
I'm getting that
Hey,
dopamine. It's
Drone
good.
Tech, Stop.
Ooh.
I'm completing a 4-year college sequence right now at age 67. I'm engaged. I'm not withdrawing and giving up. I'm more engaged with central, policies of the society, of governments, of the world than I've ever been in my life. I'm centered, and that's a wonderful feeling. Start taking some college courses, everybody, instead of sitting there expounding on these bizarro conspiracy theories.
Well, give me an example of
But I've already gone to college. Why do I have to go again?
Give me an example.
I'm gonna keep it general so I don't insult anybody in particular.
No, go ahead.
I'm not going ahead.
I
I'm not
haven't
going
seen
ahead.
snow at Christmas.
It speaks
since I
for
was
itself.
7.
It is what it is, and you know what it is, and I know what it is, and just I'm not going to speak in an insulting manner, but I know where I was, 10 years ago or roughly, 10 years ago, I was in a great place because I had my business and I was doing great.
The fingers are in your ears again, and you're just saying na 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 na. You're just doing it more politely.
You're above us. You're looking down on us.
No,
unwashed.
that's what I don't want to. Everybody has the opportunity.
Give me an example.
Exactly what I'm
Don't
doing.
just say, look, Cypher. When you say like, oh, bizarre conspiracy theories, it's just like it's like a rationalization in your brain to tell you that you're better. Like you can just throw that out and that dismisses. Give me an example.
I'll apologize for the insult. I'll apologize.
No, it's not an insult.
No, I want to.
It's not an
yes,
insult.
it is.
That's what I'm saying.
Consider,
I just want an example.
You just said I'm putting myself above people. I apologize if it appears that way.
Well, no.
I'm just saying that I have sought a better path for myself. And as individuals, we all have the opportunity to seek better paths for ourselves than to start.
I don't know what that means.
But
give me an example of these crazy conspiracy theories.
Okay, what is your level of education, Drone Tech? What's your level of actual?
How does your business course have any relevance to fucking climate change? How does
I went to Ohio State. I did not finish. I went to Air Force instead of finishing.
Have anything to do with climate change?
Too. It was just lightweight military for me. You're probably a heavier duty soldier.
No.
Well, anyway.
Whether climate change is real or not, you can't deny that the seasons are actually changing.
Oh, they fuck.
When you say that,
that's some proof.
Show me some proof that 10 years ago the seasons are the same as they are today.
My emails in the private chat. You had talked about it last week.
Well,
Happy Dog.
When I
my
was
emails
7,
in the private chat.
I had snow.
Email me.
Take
we
care,
had
Topple.
snow when I was 7.
You gone?
I have never seen snow since then.
You know what it is? The smoothness of your brain fucking astounds me, Biscuit Vapes. Just
all I'm
fucking
saying is
throw
I've
some
never
novels
seen
on
snow
it,
at
for
Christmas
fuck's sake.
since I was 7.
Yeah, you mouth breathing peckerhead.
Fuck's sake.
I'm not saying it's global warming,
Right.
but the things are changing.
I used that insult on
Things
my
are
second wife.
changing.
Called her a mouth
What,
breather.
like,
She
you don't
hated
know
it.
that.
Weather changes, seasons change.
You're just manipulated by media.
No, I'm not on
We
about
all
media, Drone Tech. I'm
We're
on
all
about my own
helpless fucking
personal
slaves to it,
experience.
unfortunately.
That summers are longer, they're getting hotter here
But
in
they're
UK.
not.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
2
How
weeks
do you
of
not?
fucking heat in
Okay,
the UK.
maybe they are. How do you know that's not just like normal or just?
I don't.
A
It
slight-
could be just.
Tell me.
Oh,
To what?
listen,
To what
here's-
level are humans influencing this change?
I don't know, because at the end of the day, we've had ice ages, we've had hot climates
Don't you
in the
recognize that
history
we're
of the
being
Earth.
scared fucking constantly?
Not
Here's
bothered
another
about
thing I want to throw out
climate
there.
change, I'm just saying
Let me
that
throw something out there. our generation, my generation, grew up with these like climactic sort of calamity movies, end of the world movies and shit that.
Yeah.
And now suddenly they're like trying to make it like that's the real life, and they're trying to scare people.
I'm not saying it's anything to do with climate change. I'm just saying that I am noticing myself that weather is changing incrementally over the years. It might be natural. It might be a natural change that the ice caps are melting, but that might be something we can't control.
But the ice caps aren't melting.
Power to government to take our rights away.
Yeah, exactly. That's nothing. But
Biscuit, the ice caps aren't melting.
They are.
Even if that's true, why should we give power to these people to take our rights away to fix it?
We shouldn't.
I don't think Biscuits is suggesting
proof are these people giving us that they can do that?
I'm saying we shouldn't. But what I'm saying is I am noticing differences from what it was 10 years ago in the weather.
Are you noticing differences, or are you being told that there are differences?
No, I am literally seeing the differences and feeling it.
I don't think you do.
As I get older, the weather gets worse. I don't want to be out in it at all.
It doesn't, Cypher.
You sure it's the weather?
It's just the propaganda that makes you think it's worse, bro.
Just listen for 1 minute. I
everybody
live
froze up there for a second.
I live in a floodplain,
but I can't handle the weather at my age. That's what I'm saying.
The floods in my village have been happening more regular over the last 10 years than they have ever been.
Are you in a floodplain?
I live in an area that has a risk
prone to flooding.
Biscuit.
You live in an area that's prone to flooding.
Yes.
Biscuit.
Okay. Now you're blaming climate change on that?
No, I'm not. Listen to what. Why is everybody taking it out?
Biscuit, you hairy fat motherfucker!
It's fun to do that.
How dare you, Happy Dog? You're just as fat as I am.
Biscuit.
I'm fat
too. Can you remember when El Nino was a thing?
What?
Can you remember when El Nino was a thing?
I'm 34. Who you on about?
El Nino, the 10-year weather cycle that was only discovered 40 years ago.
Direct us.
Can you remember that?
No.
Give us guidance, Steve.
Direct us, Daddy.
Sorry, I'm just talking
only 40 years ago, we discovered that it was a 10-year weather cycle that increased storms. Right, only 40 years ago. That's one weather cycle we identified 40 years ago.
Yeah,
in the whole solar system.
I'm not.
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking. In the whole solar system, do you think there's a possibility that there is other weather cycles we are unaware of?
100%.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is there are
weather cycles that have nothing to do with us, that are fully to do with the solar system, what happens naturally with the Earth revolving around the sun, solar cycles, the sun becoming more and less active.
I agree with that. That's possible.
Now you realize that you don't have any right to tell people to shut the fuck up, right?
I have the right to be heard. I have the right not to be talked over.
No, there's no doubt about that. That we all have a right to be heard, but not to be rude. You know what I'm saying, dude?
Well, I've had people tell me tonight to shut up and let me finish, so I have that right to say shut up and let me finish.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to deny you that, but let's have a certain level of decorum here.
Well, I tried to be polite, but somebody just talked over us, Steve.
Who's making that jerk off sound? Who is it?
Subliminal spastic sounds contrite.
A lot of the times I am misunderstood with what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say what I feel and think, and sometimes
you're good, bro.
Sometimes people think that I'm saying something that I'm not, when maybe I'm just not explaining it the way you understand. Just words.
I think you explain it pretty well.
Yeah.
Hey, Smokesteve, can I ask you a quick question? Have you guys alt feed mess with shorts a whole lot?
Who?
Shorts? No. No.
You guys should. I gotta tell you, you really should try to think of some good short ideas. Maybe making shorts out of this videos that you're making right now, this whole stream, making shorts, because they travel. There's something about the way YouTube is set up in the algorithm that those videos have a much better chance of going viral and getting more views. I've been doing
what's
that
the
for
length
the last.
on them?
30
seconds, 45, somewhere in that
minute.
zone.
I think a minute. Yeah.
The Thursday night shows get cut up like that quite a lot.
Yeah.
But the short,
I think it's good for the YouTube algorithm, isn't it?
Technical capability here at Smokesteve show to.
I think you guys should do that for
do
sure.
that.
You and Hayden and all that side of it. But I had hit 80K at the last year, and then ever since that I've been going down. I hit like 76K or so. But then I started doing shorts, and all of a sudden I'm like about to hit 80K again. So like they're a big part of that. So I think you guys should definitely
show up in like people's stories and that, don't we?
Huh?
They show up in YouTube stories and whatnot.
Yeah. It's definitely something you should try to take advantage of, because it's like TikTok. People unfortunately have really short attention spans, and so we got to kind of cater to that. But you can still do your usual videos, but like use shorts as like a way to bring new blood in, and those videos will spread out further, and you can bring them in. So
I can attest.
It's working for me. You guys should do it.
I can attest to TikTok. It's rather addictive. I'm like sat there like flick for about 6 hours.
I'll give you that.
I like the short YouTube videos of all types more than I do the long ones. I can't watch
I
30
do like
minute
watching
YouTube
longer
videos.
It does piss me off. You gotta go part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4.
I'm slowly getting tired of the meme collections, but man, for about half a year, I would watch all of the meme collections and just laugh. I mean, I'd laugh till tears came out of my eyes.
Memes get old eventually.
Yeah, they do. They cycle them. All the different meme producer, YouTube, creators, start using each other's memes, and they
Hey, Drone.
I'm guilty of it. I totally get what you're saying. I do the same thing.
Drone, have you heard about the recent news with our parent station here, Altfeed, the guys on YouTube? Hey,
no, I didn't see that.
They're out, dude. They're off YouTube. He's done.
What? Wait.
He's going over to Odyssey.
He wasn't banned.
He wasn't banned. He willingly chose to exit stage left.
Wait,
Steve,
repeat what you just said. Repeat what you just said. I feel like I didn't get it.
So Hayden basically broke on all of us on Thursday, this big show recently, that they're not going to broadcast on YouTube anymore. It's over. They're going to go to Odyssey. It's fucking done, dude.
Wow.
And they basically...
Wow.
He's basically sick of the YouTube fucking the numbers up.
In the 11th hour,
obviously they do.
Well,
obviously.
it's more to do with he can't speak his mind and say what he wants to say without getting demonetized.
Well, good for him. I don't know if Odyssey is the best platform though. Is a thing.
They're very good. I mean,
I'm on Odyssey, so I get it, but
yeah. Is there a monetization, capability on Odyssey that is good? Do you think?
I think
there is. There's a lot
of simple case of finding a platform. I think it's more a simple case. I mean, you've got to think the high point of all the shows was the tail end of Lively.
Platform here, fucking Drone Tech. What's the best platform?
The highlight of all the shows was the tail end of Lively.
I don't know.
And switching onto YouTube. But
yeah.
That was to do with
Are you making money on YouTube, Drone Tech?
That was to do with the people following, not the platform. It's the people you need, not the platform. That's the important thing. The platform's irrelevant.
I have it
because if you've got the following, people will come to you. Doesn't matter what platform you're on. He's not getting any new people by going on YouTube.
I don't know, dude. He was up to 100 per, over 100 per show.
Yeah, but there was like 1,600, 2,000 people on a live league show.
Yeah, I remember that.
Every time.
And for a short period.
No, not for a short period. It was for quite a long period. It was for about 6 or 7 months.
The thing is, here's the thing. It takes
speaking.
a long time to build up an audience on YouTube, but Hayden's right. They'll never be allowed to build an audience.
Right.
They have an awesome show. I gotta say, I love the show that Hayden and Graham put together. And there may be other people involved. I'm not sure, but they put together an amazing show that's super high quality.
Yeah.
And they definitely deserve a bigger audience. I totally agree.
Because
when
of
I
them.
first found Hayden and Graham's show, I thought it was like the next Joe Rogan, like his kind of thing. But obviously, it was.
I love Hayden.
I don't have any respect for Joe Rogan anymore, but I have massive respect for Hayden.
Oh, here we go.
Call him Joe Bogan. Yeah.
Because of how
Rogan.
because of the COVID thing.
No, nothing to do with that. It's because he ditched YouTube and wanted it for big money on. Was it Apple Podcast or whatever it was?
Yeah, but you can still watch him.
I couldn't. I'd have to pay for it.
No, his videos are still on YouTube. They come up a few days later.
Well, I'd never saw him.
You'll get them free on Spotify. It's just if you have the adverts.
Yeah, fuck that. I pay a premium on YouTube not to have adverts.
Yeah.
It's Spotify's on though. It's not on YouTube.
Yeah,
It's
Spotify.
Spotify.
Yes, Spotify. Yeah.
But you'll still get them for free
I
on
fell
Spotify.
out with Joe Rogan when he went to Spotify and sold out.
Yeah, I follow him on YouTube, and all his videos come up from his show. It's just a day or two later, and I don't get any commercials. I have YouTube Premium.
Yeah, I haven't watched him since he went to Spotify.
The YouTube Red, I think they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great deal. $10 a month to get rid of all of the commercials. I guess every now and then the creators themselves sometimes contract with what do you call them, sponsors, and you'll get the sponsorship commercials, but you don't have the inserted YouTube commercials when you pay that $10 a month.
Right. Very worthy.
My
Who's
brother,
that?
I don't know, probably drone tech. Well,
that's the whole problem with the system, though. People are wanting it to be like cable TV. They're wanting everything to be on the channel they choose, and it's the wrong way to look at it. You've got to diversify. You've got to search out the people you want on their own platforms, and you've got to actually start following. Forget what comes up in your recommendations. Forget all that nonsense.
I mean, the thing is,
search out the people you want to hear from.
Yeah. It's easy saying that, but the
not anybody I really want to hear from.
The simplicity of just searching YouTube is easy. It's just the one platform that's just got everybody on it, but obviously the YouTube's fucking everybody over.
Yeah, they're not quite as nasty as Twitter, but they're definitely nasty.
Yeah,
they're suppressing speech. There's no doubt about it.
If you're doing anything they don't like, they're just going to not put you in the algorithm, are they?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you step out of that, if you ignore YouTube as your search method and you actually search out people yourself.
Oh, just
no, but you're still working with Google, which owns YouTube.
How are you working with Google if you're not following people that are on YouTube? Doesn't make sense.
I use Google predominantly because it's an easy site to work with.
I see that English bottle cap. That's a good.
I can't leave Google for the search engine. I know other people use DuckDuckGo and other search engines, but I'm stuck with Google because I just find it easy to use.
Yeah, you can search people off YouTube. You don't have to follow people on YouTube.
I know, but I just find it difficult to find more content outside of Google and YouTube. It's just too much effort.
Totally. Rumble, I think Rumble's Rumble's getting there. I'm on Rumble. I actually haven't posted there in like 2 months, but
so will you follow Hayden when he goes off? If he goes off platform, will you follow Hayden on?
Oh yeah, totally. I'm already signed up for Odyssey.
Right. So that's what you need to do. You need to follow the people that are leaving. You need to.
I've been with Hayden since 2000 and.
Were you one of the first, or if not the first?
When Ogrish was going on.
Drone Tech.
No, I was on Ogrish.
Were you the first poster on Live Leak?
Yeah. I was one of the first. Yeah, I was on one of the first posts on Live Leak. Yeah.
Yeah, he put his
He
video
brought me over there.
himself.
Because I got banned from YouTube, and he messaged me, and he was like, "Come over here," and I started posting on all my war footage on there, and yeah, that's how it got started.
Very cool.
Back then, you looked like the lead singer of Tool. Like
I know people told me that. I had multiple people tell me that.
You had a
back then.
shaved
So
head.
funny.
You were fucking crazy. Like totally out left field, whack job, but hilarious,
Yep.
man.
Good times.
I love it.
Man. And it's never stopped. I'm
that's
still
his
here.
name. Maynard. That's a great
Good
stuff.
times. I miss Live League. I really do. I miss
Yeah.
it deeply.
Yeah,
I mourn it.
I
Like
got some free, psychological help by just venting my ass off on Live League. It got rid of most of my hostility, actually.
yeah, I mean, I always looked at all the videos that I compiled that would be an archive there forever for people to go and watch of the
and
wars.
then they were
You know?
gone.
I thought it was that was the thing that motivated me. I thought I was creating an archive or something.
That
But
was
it's all
not
gone now.
handled correctly.
I do have all those videos still though, so I just need to upload
Oh, good.
somewhere.
I had a relatively significant collection that I put up there, but I had almost everything on Drive. I've always had, pretty hefty,
You need your own
what do you call
website,
them?
Drone Tech.
Cypher, what did you post there?
What was it? Some goofy stuff, a number of historical, some medical. I was all hung up on my own medical conditions, which are many. Spinal injuries, things like that. That I would put up, videos of the MRI. I'd get the MRIs, and then I'd sort of, as a layperson, I would analyze these MRIs, and it was a blend. I don't know. I had
That's cool. That
maybe
seems very lively, Keith.
a couple of hundred probably. I had a couple where I figured out if you went right towards the very end, if you put, like X-rated or adults only, and then just you could basically vent and scream curses and go really controversial. You could, that what they basically did somewhere around 2018 or 19 or so, 18, I will say, was they started stopping all racist, verbiage. They started stopping almost all Islamist, criticisms. A few other no-nos that they put in, but cursing proper, you could just vent like crazy. And, right at the very end, I made a few, blasting crazy man videos, that, were my what is the crowning glory of my video presence on Live League.
Have you got a website, Drone Tech?
I do. I haven't done a whole lot with it. And actually, Hayden hosts it, DroneTechPolitics.com. I need to do more with it. I've been trying. He's just really busy right now, so he can't help me with it. And I'm really busy, so I haven't been able to do much with it. But it's there. I will do something with it at some point.
That's the sort of ethos of Hayden. Fuck the big platforms. Have your own platform. Have your own website and link it.
Right.
And
Hayden has been one of my biggest supporters from the beginning. He's always been somebody who has been there to help me. And when I lost my monetization on YouTube, he was immediately there. He was there on my live stream, I think, even when it happened. And he supported me and tried to get people to help me. And he helped me, and he gave me a hosting space. And I love Hayden. He's a great guy, and he's always backed me up and tried to help me. He when Live Leak was big, multiple times I won contests on there for videos, and he paid me like $200, I think, a piece. So he's always been there for me. I love Hayden. He's a great guy. I want to meet him someday in real life.
Interesting.
He's quite disappointing.
This is going back to like the early 2000s, guys.
There's so many mythical things that are said about him that are negative that I love to hear the positives.
He's quite disappointing when you meet him in person. He's quite disappointing.
I'm sure.
I wouldn't rule out on
it. He said that about you too, Happy Dog.
It was quite.
We've all got to break the yoke and say no. We're not buying into this one platform because it's easy. Bullshit.
because of laziness. If you break the system will be broken. Yeah, it's as easy as that. Fucking opt out.
Well,
What other options are there for
have your own? Have your own and use the existing platforms to promote your own.
How do you get people to your channel?
Because you promote
exactly.
on the likes of YouTube.
Guys,
you have short videos on YouTube that point you to your website.
Or he could tweet that he's got a video on us.
Exactly.
You have to have a strategy to do things like that, because I've tried to build I think I'm just up to like 1200 on BitChute, and maybe like that's my next best one. The other ones like Odyssey, I'm on all those, and it's so hard to build up a following. It's like, have any of you guys ever played like World of Warcraft?
No.
Let me just point one thing out.
Yeah.
Hayden has over 10,000 followers on Twitter.
Really? Nice.
Yes. So
that's pretty good.
He could.
Well, Frankie McDonald has about 50,000.
Yeah.
So
don't we all wish we were Frankie?
On my new,
I have about 100.
EOC has fucking millions. I mean, this doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's really hard to build up a new following. It's like if you play World of Warcraft or any like MMO, you know how hard it is to level up, and usually they have a point where you level up to what you think is the top, and you get there, and then you basically start all over again for a whole new like level, and that's like what starting a new channel is. It's hard to build up one channel that's popular, much less multiple channels, you know.
I tried starting my own YouTube channel, but I got disheartened with the fact I thought that I was putting out videos to literally nobody, and
I subscribe to you.
I know, but it's still when you're only like putting videos out to like 3 or 4 people, it's hard to put the effort in to put those videos out.
You just got to keep doing it, really. That is the secret to success, really, is just regular content. If you can do regular content, you're eventually going to build yourself up.
I mean,
it's a long road. It really is.
I did get a much better following on, was it Twitch, I think it is? Yeah, I did gaming videos on Twitch, and I got about 40 followers on Twitch.
Ooh, nice.
Hold on. They're showing the crowd. Oh, it went off of it. Okay. There's this fight tonight has a they're super pro Trump. There was
my God.
The audience had all these Trump 2024 signs and shit, and now they're showing Trump now. He's gonna speak. He's like literally speaking at this fight.
Yeah, he's hinting at the fact that he's probably going to run. I don't think it's a good idea, but he's hinting at the fact that he's going to run again.
I think it would be the worst.
He lost some weight, huh?
I think that Florida's governor should be the Republican who's running.
DeSantis?
DeSantis, yeah.
What kind of lawyer is going to represent Trump?
What's Smokesteve?
Giuliani.
You're a DeSantis guy, Cypher, for president?
Yeah. Yeah,
I like it.
I think he's overcoming the COVID. You know, Florida had this absurd, COVID numbers that came out, but they've overcome it. It was a wave, that came to Florida, and it was like everybody in the nation that was left wing was criticizing, Florida, and now,
he's one of the main guys leading the charge against mandatory mask mandates. Do you guys?
Yeah, and he's doing it very professionally. I mean, it's not just wild-eyed, denial of COVID. It's just a balance of basic freedoms and rights, and he's fighting the narrative that is coming out from, I guess, medical and clinical authorities saying it's not about freedom, it's about survival, it's about COVID period. So it's an interesting phenomenon. I'm watching how he's handling his image. He's producing an image about himself.
Survival's an individual thing as well, though, isn't it? I mean,
what is
survival? It's an individual process. It's not a group thing. Your views on survival shouldn't impact my views on survival.
Your body, your choice.
Exactly.
Oh, excuse me.
Hey, Steve, based Welshman. I think he wants to come in now at this late
Oh,
hour.
get based in here for sure.
Get him in?
I love
All right.
based Welshman. That
All
guy's
right. There he is.
There
yeah,
he
what's up, buddy?
Based.
Last
Hey,
Dance. What
you're
is your
muted right now,
most
based on- there you go.
controversial topic?
Hey,
How you doing, lads?
I don't have a controversy.
going good. Good to see you.
What's up, Base?
Good to not see you. Not see you real. Saw you real briefly.
I'm gonna say hello to Based and goodbye to Based. I'm gonna head off. Thanks.
Later, Last Dance, bro.
Had
Hey,
a great
Based.
time here, and thanks, Steve,
Nice.
for
Bye,
everything.
last.
Nice
Take
to
care,
meet you.
guys.
What's the last dance?
See you later, Last Dance.
Last dance before. Oh, he's gone now.
Based
Too late.
Welshman, what's up, my bro?
Not bad, mate. And yourself?
I'm great. I'm great.
It's regular material I see coming out all the time.
What?
I don't know. You got some regular material coming out. I watched
yeah.
I watched a video the other day. You broke down. I can't remember what it was, but you broke down something over a period of time.
I'm always putting out. I've been putting out regular material for like I don't even know material for. Years.
Did you check here, based Welshman? Surprised that we're still on?
What was that?
You surprised that we're still on?
Yeah, I was.
You still got the show? I figured you would be.
I was just going through my notifications. And,
You're always
yeah.
on the stream, aren't you, Base? Usually when I
Yeah,
watch it,
A
you're on
lot.
it.
Yeah, he is a lot.
I like to I like to break up the Kool-Aid part sometimes.
Is that a dig at me, Based?
We don't really have anybody. I think Cypher's the closest thing to opposition we have, but
Cypher.
Yeah.
Cypher's fucking conservative, dude. He's
is he?
fucking-
Who do we have? then?
Cypher's a fucking commie.
I
Let's
am
just
the-
be
I am-
straight. He's
I am
fucking
the liberal
red
left.
through and through.
Biscuit, you're on our
Biscuit-
side. Stop it.
Biscuit Vapes is the Oppo. Oppo's Oppo.
Yeah,
on
I'm
Biscuit.
the liberal left.
Let's pick on Biscuit.
We need a good opposition person. We need liberal cluck in here. You need to start getting liberal
Yes.
cluck. That's what
Yes.
we need.
Yes, that's what you need.
I gotta tell you, I disagree with him totally, but he's willing to argue his points.
He
Usually,
can hold his own. He can hold his own.
Whereas I go, la la
I
la
think
la
he
la
can.
la la la.
I'm pleased you said that, Cypher.
I got my
Yeah, you
email
should
in there
start trying to
for
get
you
him in
on the
here.
private chat. Welcome to email.
What do you want us to email? I'm not emailing you dick pics. I'm just fucking not doing it.
No, just talk, man. Nothing weird.
Nothing
You had mentioned
weird.
it last week, and I was wondering if you were going to actually email me. And you never did.
Nothing weird. I just want your location. I just want your email. I just want you to fucking contact me. It's nothing weird.
Well, if you have a good research website that you pay money for every month, you'll probably get that email, put it into the search engine, and you'll find out who I am. That's how
Why would that matter? It's not there for me now anyway.
Oh, it's just I'm riffing off what you're saying.
Are you an MST3K fan, Cypher?
Oh, what are you?
MST3K fan?
What
Mr.
is
Science
that?
Theater?
I don't know. No,
You just said riffing.
yeah, that's a fairly common word.
Is it?
Yeah, you're talking about the theater where they have the puppets.
And they make fun of movies and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I actually did watch. I probably watched about 10 movies with the puppets, and but not anymore.
I love it. I grew up with it. And I still love it.
They did have a lot of fun with those shitty B movies.
They rebooted that series recently on Netflix.
No, I didn't know.
They did, and it's
movies
liberal
unless you
fuck
meant
sticks
to
that they
do it.
got to reboot it, and they're all like, it's like who's that comedian? Did you see that news lately? He canceled all of his tours because his locations weren't going to require.
Oh yeah, Patton
Oswalt. Yeah, he's
Patton
the
Oswalt,
main.
yeah.
Right, he's on the new MST3K, which I
No,
hate. I'm a bit.
Yeah, you don't like him, but
Yeah.
he would be
I'm not a
perfect for
fan.
that show. I mean, he's for
a
the next
dickhead.
generation. He's for the new generation of.
He's for
people for that show.
loading up conservatives and Republicans into trays and sending them off the camp. I'm sure. he's a big Antifa backer, so
yeah, he's a rascal. You know,
he's a rascal.
He did that. What was that one movie where he played the fan? You know, the football fan, and you know, he at the climax at the very end of the movie, it looked like he was going to shoot somebody, but he shot him with a paintball gun. Yeah.
No, I haven't seen that one, but yeah.
Drone Tech, can I ask a quick question about Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Do you think the whole shit show was actually a plan?
It's a hard call.
I don't know. I wonder. You gotta wonder that. I don't know because you gotta wonder because we hear that like they could have kept Kabul and they could have. There's all these different things they could have done that would have facilitated a much easier exit, but they purposely did not do that. And then they left Taliban in control of security, and then they let the bomber get. They saw him coming to the location. They didn't. I don't know, dude. I just assume whoever's running our government are evil motherfuckers. I don't know. They have some agenda that we don't know anything about, and.
I mean, sometimes I just think it was like destabilizing the Middle East may have been, one of their objectives. And with Afghanistan, you just think, well, are they so disturbed, or one, and are they so inept, right? Where multiple decisions they're making. You can't just have one fuck up decision. It's like a continual fuck up of decisions.
Here's my only theory that makes any sense at all is that they thought by giving the Taliban a huge propaganda victory and the Al Qaeda and everything, such a huge propaganda victory that maybe ultimately wouldn't mean much at this point to us that we could deal with, and that would to China and Russia and to maybe other adversaries, especially China, maybe they would be so like taken in by this that they like they're doing now. They're really moving into Afghanistan. Maybe the people in control think that China will somehow get mired in this and that they'll now. I don't know. It's like it starts to break down. I'm like, China, I don't understand.
It would have been really difficult to opt out of Afghanistan and give it to the Taliban without it looking bad.
That can't be right.
Right. Well, there's so many options.
That's not right.
The government that had in place wasn't particularly popular with the majority of people in Afghanistan. Anyway. A lot of people prefer the Taliban. If they're given the option to a Western puppet government,
they want
Taliban.
Agreed.
They're going to take the Taliban.
Under a pure research study in 2014, 99% wanted Sharia. Okay, in Afghanistan, that was 2014. And that
they weren't going to get that with the Western puppet
nation building. That's 14 years of the nation building.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Sharia law also in Pakistan, but not quite to the extent?
Yes, and
sounds right.
Yemen and
officially it's called just Sharia though.
Sharia and
we say Sharia law,
and
Westernized.
But all the Western countries are like working with the Taliban now.
I know. What is that? What is that?
But they couldn't have come out and said, right, we're going to let the Taliban take Afghanistan. It was easier to have a patsy puppet government to be absolutely fucking useless. So the Taliban stepped in and take it. Now they can work with the Taliban, and it's like, oh well, it's a least favorite option, but we're going to do it anyway. But ideally, that's what the country wanted. They wanted something like the Taliban in there. They didn't want a Western government in there. They didn't want a Western puppet government in there. They wanted their own people. They wanted their own fucking rules.
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes I think the only thing that the US have succeeded in doing, because we know we all know that Creepy's just a puppet, is that the generals have just sent a signal to their major competitors, like you said, Drones, like Russia and China, and said we're shit, we're really weak, and Taiwan is next.
Because they got their eyes on Taiwan. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, well, they're really going to go for fucking Taiwan now, isn't they? Because let's be honest, but look at the state of the US.
We'll have to see.
Holyfield just got his ass beat, by the way.
By who?
I thought something was happening with boxing.
Who beat him up?
Evander Holyfield just got his ass destroyed. They stopped the fight because he was getting destroyed so badly.
Who beat him up?
I don't know. Whoever was fighting them, I don't even know.
How old is he?
He's old.
70?
50?
He's pretty old. He's in his late. He's got to be in his 60s. I'm not 100% sure, but he's got to be in his 60s.
Well, guys,
He looks great. I got to say that.
Okay,
I got to point real quick. He looks great. Like, he's a big, muscular dude. He looks young. Not that guy. That's the guy he fought, but I got to turn it right way real quick.
Well, what do you think, fellas?
But Evander Holyfield, he looks great for his age.
Very gracious and tolerant and
I think we've had the longest
generous
stream
with your time,
ever.
Smokesteve.
I think so.
Yes, I
Thanks,
think so.
Smokesteve.
Hey, Dram Tech, thank you for coming, dude. It was awesome.
Yeah,
Definitely.
great
Thanks
show.
for coming,
Sorry,
John Tech.
I'm fucking up your stream by adding copyright content. Sorry.
You're the man,
It's
dude.
not monetized, really, anyway.
Thank you for coming by, brother.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thanks,
awesome.
man.
Are we
for
done?
hosting, as always. Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
done.
Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
It's been an
Yeah.
awesome night,
Take care,
guys.
everybody. Good night
Good
and
night.
goodbye.
Take care.
Love you
Thanks
guys.
for that. Cheers.